Chapter 2680 Placing a Bet Lease Reading Omicron N Novel Cool. Omicron, many thanks, Senior. Lu Ming took the map and scanned it with his spiritual senses. A map appeared in his mind. It was a map of the entire inner sect area. The addresses, buildings, and cultivation places were all clearly marked on it. This gold token is quite useful. Lu Ming pondered. Although he had been cursed by the Dragon Boat Mountain with the Dark Dragon Blood Curse, at least it was not without any benefits. At the very least, the golden token was still very useful to him. Without the gold token, he would not be able to enter the inner sect area, let alone these cultivation places. It would be difficult for him to make a breakthrough in his cultivation in a short period of time. Following the map, Lu Ming walked towards the Divine Skill Valley. The Divine Skill Valley was the best place to cultivate divine skills in the inner gate area. Of course, it also required points, but it was slightly cheaper, 1 point for 5 days of cultivation. Lu Ming's ident. 1. Tai token still had 70 points. It was enough for him to cultivate for 350 days. Lu Ming entered the Divine Skill Valley and devoted himself to cultivation. Time flew by and it was getting closer to the 1-year agreement between Lu Ming and Dongfang Hao. In the blink of an eye, there were only 3 days left. During this period of time, the outer door was bustling with noise and excitement. Many people were discussing Lu Ming. A year's time might not be a short time for ordinary people and they could forget many things. However, for people at the Martial G.O.D. realm, a year's time was no different from a breath's time. The life and death battle between Lu Ming and Dongfang Hao was still fresh in their minds. Why hasn't Lu Ming appeared yet? I saw him go out earlier. Did he really slip away? That must be it. I told you that he's just asking for death by agreeing to Dongfang Hao's life and death duel. He's definitely going to run away. I heard that he's the first place in the disciple recruitment assessment this time. I didn't know he had no B. It would be a wonder if you have the guts to know that you're going to die. In the outer sect area, everyone was talking about Lu Ming. They all thought that Lu Ming had slipped away and did not dare to accept the challenge. At this moment, Lu Ming was coming out from the inner gate area. Lu Ming had a smile on his face. He had gained a lot from his cultivation during this period of time. He was very confident in his battle with Dongfang Hao. Soon, he returned to the inner court area. Lu Ming is back. Instantly, this piece of news caused an uproar in the outer gate area. The people who were certain that Lu Ming had slipped away earlier were dumbfounded and speechless. You still dare to come back? You're really looking for death. Simply stupid. Lu Ming's return was a slap to these people's faces. These people flew into a rage out of humiliation. They thought that Lu Ming was so foolish that he came back to court death. In short, the news of Lu Ming's return quickly spread to the outer sect. In the Yellow Martial Palace. Good, it's good that he's back, we can kill him now. Huang Wu laughed. Don't worry. This time, I'll make sure he dies a horrible death. On the side, Dongfang Hao's face was ferocious and his killing intent was cold. Come, place your bets. If you bet on Dongfang Hao, it's 200 to 1. If you bet on Lu Ming, it's 1 to 50. Near the life and death arena, a burly man had actually started a bet on who would win between Lu Ming and Dongfang Hao. 200 to 1? You're too greedy. This ratio is too low. That's right, I bet $200 and only earned $1. Many people looked down on him. If they bet on Lu Ming winning, they would earn 50 divine crystals for each piece. However, if they bet on Dongfang Hao winning, they would only earn 1 divine crystal for each piece of divine crystal. If you don't place your bet, I'll place mine. Lu Ming is definitely going to lose. Although the ratio of 200 to 1 is a little low, it's a sure win. I'll bet 100,000 divine crystals on Dongfang Hao. An outer sect disciple had placed a bet of 100,000 divine gems. Many people's eyes lit up. That's right, Dongfang Hao was definitely going to win. Even though it wasn't a lot, it was still a profit. I'm also betting on Dongfang Hao. I'm betting 50,000 divine gems. I'll bet 200,000 divine crystals on Dongfang Hao. I also bet There's no doubt about this battle. Dongfang Hao is definitely going to win. A large group of outer sect disciples placed their bets on Dongfang Hao. The man's face was covered in cold sweat. He also thought that Dongfang Hao would win for sure. Almost everyone had bet on Dongfang Haoxing, so he would lose a lot of money. He had deliberately set the odds on Lu Ming at 150. With such high odds, he initially thought that some people would take the risk and bet on Lu Ming's victory. In that case, he would be able to earn a fortune. Why don't you guys bet on Lu Ming? If you bet on Lu Ming, you'll be betting 1 with 50. The burly man shouted. Do you think I'm stupid? If I bet on Lu Ming, I'll definitely lose. That's right, I'm not giving you money for nothing. Hurry up and write me a receipt. The group of outer sect disciples clamored, and the burly man broke out in cold sweat. It's really lively. Lu Ming had just returned from the inner sect area. When he said bye and saw so many people placing their bets, he immediately became interested. Lu Ming is here. Someone called out. Immediately, everyone's eyes turned to Lu Ming. There were those who were pitying him, those who were sighing, and those who were indifferent. Anyway, they looked at Lu Ming as if he was a dead man. In their opinion, Lu Ming would definitely die in 3 days. This bet, how do you place it? What are the odds? Lu Ming's interest was piqued. He walked over and asked. If you bet on Dongfang Haoxing, the odds are 200 to 1. If you bet on Lu Ming, the odds are 1 to 50. Someone answered. Nest, my odds are so high? There should be a lot of people who bet on me winning. Lu Ming looked at the burly man. No one is betting on you winning. The burly man said with a bitter face. What? Lu Ming was depressed. How much did they look down on him? So many people bet on Dongfang Haoxing with a 204-1 payout, but he bet with a 54-1 payout and no one bet on him? Did they all think that he would lose? Everyone, because too many people are betting on Dongfang Haoxing, now the odds will be changed. The odds for those who are betting on Dongfang Haoxing will be changed to 500 to 1. The burly man shouted. What? 500 to 1, why don't you just die? If you bet $500, you'll only earn $1. If you bet $50,000, you'll only earn $100. That's too little. It's not good to be so shameless. Many people questioned loudly, but the middle-aged man's attitude was firm. He was determined to win 500 to 1. This business is not bad. Lu Ming's gaze shifted and he had an idea. He thought of a way to earn money. Everyone, please listen to me. Lu Ming clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. If he's not the banker, he'll be the banker. Those who want to place a bet, come to me. If you bet on Dongfang Hao, it's 100 for 1. If you bet on Lu Ming, it's a 1 for 1. Lu Ming said loudly. What? If you bet on Dongfang Haoxing, it's 100 to 1. I'm buying it, I'm buying 100,000 divine crystals. Immediately, someone placed a bet. Many people's eyes were also burning. The burly man had bet on Dongfang Hao's victory at odds of 500 to 1, but Lu Ming's bet was 100 to 1. It was 5 times higher. Everyone naturally chose Lu Ming. Chapter 2681 Inviting the Elders Lease reading Omicron and Novel Cool. Omicronim. As for the odds of Lu Ming winning, they ignored it. The odds of Lu Ming winning were 150 at the burly man's bet. No one was willing to bet. Now that Lu Ming's bet was 1:1, who would still bet? Wait, we'll bet on you. If you're killed by Dongfang Hao, who will we go to for the divine crystals? That's right. When you're killed by Dongfang Hao, all your treasures will be his. Who are we going to get them from? Many people shouted. Indeed, when Lu Ming died in battle, they would not be able to get back the divine crystals they had bet with interest. How about this? I'll find an elder of the tribunal council to be my witness and hand over all the divine crystals. If I die in battle, you can go to the elder to collect the divine crystals. Lu Ming said. Find an elder of the tribunal council as a witness? Who do you think you are? You're able to invite an elder of the tribunal council? You don't even need a draft to brag. Many people looked down on him. The enforcement hall's elders were high and mighty. How could Lu Ming, a new outer sect disciple, be able to invite them? Well, know if I can or not after a while. You guys wait for me here, I'll be right back. With that, Lu Ming rose into the air and headed for the law enforcement hall. There was an enforcement hall in both the inner and outer gates. The law enforcement hall was in charge of law enforcement. It had great power and its words were final. Lu Ming really went to invite the elders of the enforcement hall. Can he really invite them? How is that possible? Do you believe that I can invite the sect master just as he can invite the magic elders? Regardless of whether it's true or not, let's just wait for a while. It won't take much time anyway. The crowd discussed and waited. The news of Lu Ming being the banker and placing bets had spread. More outer sect disciples had gathered in this area. It even attracted some outer sect deacons and elders. Soon, a huge palace appeared in front of Lu Ming. This was the outer law enforcement hall. Stop! At the entrance of the law enforcement hall, two young men stopped Lu Ming. I would like to see the enforcement palace's elder. Lu Ming said. You're just a 4th level ethereal D realm warrior. You want to meet an elder of the tribunal council? What a joke, get lost. A young man waved his hand, his attitude was bad. Lu Ming frowned. He was clear that those who held positions in the tribunal council were not outer sect disciples, but inner sect disciples. They were all at the true D realm or above, otherwise, how could they suppress so many outer sect disciples? It was normal for these people to look down on him. The two of you can just go and report. Lu Ming said, neither servile nor overbearing. Report? Who do you think you are? On what basis do you want us to report? It was still the same young man who sneered coldly. The people of the enforcement hall had great power. Most of the outer sect disciples were trembling with fear when they saw them. However, Lu Ming's expression was calm when he saw them. This made them a little unhappy. With this, is it okay? Lu Ming said coldly and took out the gold token. Why is it useless? What? Gold token? The young man was arrogant at first, but when he saw the golden token, he almost bit his tongue and his eyes almost popped out. Now, go and pass the message. Lu Ming said with a sullen face. Yes. I failed to recognize Mount Tai just now. This young master, I hope that a great man like you will not hold a grudge against me and not lower yourself to my level. The young man who berated Lu Ming earlier broke out in a cold sweat. He bowed his head in fear and trepidation. He knew very well that whoever had a golden token was definitely someone with a great background. He couldn't afford to offend them. He wished that he could slap himself. He hated himself for having a cheap mouth just now. He did not know how Lu Ming would deal with him. Go and pass the message. Lu Ming said coldly. Yes, please wait a moment. The young man nodded and bowed, then quickly ran into pass on the message. Not long after, 3 old men in black robes inlaid with gold followed the young man out. These 3 old men were the outer sect enforcement hall's elders. Black robes with gold embellishments were their symbol. Little brother, do you really have a gold token? One of the elders looked at Lu Ming. Not bad. Lu Ming took out the gold token again. It really is a gold token. The 3 old men looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Little brother, why are you looking for us? An elder said with a pleasant expression. As the enforcement hall's elders, they knew much more inside information. They knew very well that only the sect master and a few grand supreme elders had the golden token of the Kong-Shen sect. Lu Ming was young and his cultivation level was not high, but he actually had a golden token. It was obvious that he had an unusual relationship with the sect master or the grand supreme elders. Naturally, they had to curry favor with him. Seniors, it's like this. Lu Ming told them about his intention to set up a bet and asked them to be the witnesses. So it's this matter. This is a small matter. Well, go with you. That's right, it's a small matter. The few elders were all smiles. The eyelids of the 2 young men guarding the door twitched. They could swear to the heavens that if anyone else dared to come and find the 3 law enforcement elders to witness such a ridiculous thing, they would definitely be slapped to death by them. However, they were not displeased with Lu Ming at all. It was all because of the gold token. Then he'll have to trouble the seniors. Lu Ming cupped his fists. A small matter, just a small matter. A few enforcement hall elders smiled amicably, then flew toward the outer gate area with Lu Ming. More and more people gathered around the life-and-death battle stage in the outer gate area. And NBSP Huang Wu, Huang Wen, Dongfang Hao, and the others had also arrived. He's here, Lu Ming is here. Suddenly, someone shouted. Everyone looked in the same direction. Then, everyone's eyes couldn't help but widen. Behind Lu Ming were 3 old men in black robes inlaid with gold. They were all too familiar to the outer sect disciples. They were the elders of the law enforcement hall. Nest, are my eyes playing tricks on me? Are those really elders of the tribunal council? And there are 3 of them? I'm F** King Super. Your eyes aren't playing tricks on you. I saw it too. My G.D., what's this kid's background? He's actually able to invite an elder of the enforcement palace. The people who were certain that Lu Ming would not be able to invite the enforcement hall's elder felt as if their throats were blocked by a ball of dog fur. Their faces were flushed red. This kid, Huang Wen, Huang Wu, and the rest narrowed their eyes. They could not help but guess that Lu Ming had some kind of background. Then they all shook their heads. They had inquired about Lu Ming's background. He was just an outer sect disciple who had just entered the sect. He was talented, but he did not have any background. No matter what methods he used, he will die in a few days. Dongfang Hao said coldly. He had absolute confidence in himself. Chapter 2682, 200 million G. Oh. D. Crystal's lease reading Omicron and novel cool. Omicronum soon, Lu Ming and the 3 tribunal council elders arrived. Everyone, I've invited the 3 tribunal council elders. You can rest assured now. Lu Ming said loudly. Don't worry, everyone. We can bear witness to this. An elder of the tribunal council spoke and said no more. After all, they were a little embarrassed. Said to witness such a thing. I have a question. Even with the 3 elders of the tribunal council as witnesses, do you have enough divine crystals to compensate us if we win? An outer sect disciple shouted. That's right. If you're trying to trick us, then we've bet for nothing. That's right. How many divine crystals do you have? Many people asked. Indeed, they had their doubts. They were afraid that Lu Ming did not have that many divine crystals with him. I know you don't believe me, so I'll show you. Lu Ming waved his hand and a pile of divine crystals appeared in the air, exuding a strong divine chi fluctuation. Here are 5 million divine crystals. According to the odds of 1 to 1, it's enough for you to bet 150 million divine crystals. Lu Ming said loudly. Lu Ming had sold some middle-grade divine artifacts and had 6 million divine crystals left. So many divine crystals. Lu Ming is actually so rich. Many people's eyes lit up. And NBSP. In addition, if you're still worried, you can also N off this middle-quality divine artifact. Zhao Feng said. Lu Ming took out 2 divine weapons. Lu Ming still had 5 middle-grade divine artifacts left. They were all level 3 middle-grade divine artifacts and above. Now, he took out 2 of them, both of which were level 4 middle-grade divine artifacts. Each of them could be sold for 150,000 divine crystals. The 2 swords could be sold for a total of 3 million yuan, and even many outer sect deacons were looking at them with burning eyes. Lu Ming actually has so many divine crystals and treasures on him. He's really willing to take them out. He knows he's about to die, so he's not going to bring it with him. He's just trying to give it away before he dies so that Dongfang Hao won't take advantage of it. Definitely. Many people thought that Lu Ming knew that he was no match for Dongfang Hao and was going to die at his hands. He was not willing to let his wealth fall into Dongfang Hao's hands, so he distributed his wealth in this way to disgust Dongfang Hao. In it. As expected, Dongfang Hao was disgusted and roared in his heart. He did not expect that Lu Ming would have so much wealth on him. In his opinion, as long as he killed Lu Ming, all this wealth would be his. However, Lu Ming actually wanted to distribute this wealth. His heart was bleeding. All right, let's place our bets now. If you bet on Dongfang Hao, 100 for 1. If you bet on me, 100 for 1. Lu Ming shouted. I'll bet 200,000 on Dongfang Hao. I bet 300,000 divine crystals on Dongfang Hao. I'll bet 200,000 divine crystals too. At once, a group of outer sect disciples rushed forward in a frenzy. They were betting on Dongfang Haosheng with almost all their 8 sets. In their opinion, Lu Ming was giving away his wealth. It would be a waste if they did not take it. One by one, don't worry, I'll write a written pledge for you. Lu Ming took out his brush and ink and wrote down notes one after another. Then, piles of divine crystals were stored in Lu Ming's storage ring. In a short while, Lu Ming had collected 50 million divine crystals. If you buy 100, you'll have to pay 1. If you buy 1,000,000, you'll earn 10,000. It's a waste if you don't buy it. Even some of the outer sect deacons were tempted. Of course, the outer sect elders just smiled. They didn't care about the divine crystals. Big brother, shall we go bet as well? Huang Wu looked at Huang Wen. Lu Ji, go and place a bet for me. 5 million divine crystals. Huang Wen said. With a wave of his hand, a storage ring flew towards one of the young men. He couldn't show up himself, so he called another young man to help. As expected of a genius of the inner sect, he offered 5 million in one go. Lu Ji took it and went to bet on Lu Ming. Lu Ming received more and more divine crystals. Very soon, he had received more than 100 million. At this moment, a few figures appeared beside Lu Ming. They were the outer sect deacons. Lu Zhong. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. One of the outer sect deacons was Lu Zhong. Back then, in the forest, he had wanted to kill Lu Ming. Deacons, do you also want to place a bet? Lu Ming said. What's wrong? You don't welcome me? Lu sneered. You're welcome. Of course, you're welcome. How much are you betting? Lu Ming said with a smile. I'll bet 20 million low-grade divine crystals. Lu Zhong took out a storage ring. I'll give you 10 million too. I'll also pay 15 million. A few deacons spoke one after another. These deacons were all from the Tianhong sect. Lu Ming did not stand on ceremony and accepted them one by one. Interesting, shall we play? If I can earn divine crystals, why wouldn't I? At that moment, a group of young men and women flew toward Lu Ming. All of them had a strong aura and were full of confidence. Many outer sect disciples' expressions changed when they saw this, and they revealed looks of respect. A heaven's favorite on the virtual G.O.D. ranking list. These young men and women were all heaven's favorites on the virtual G.O.D. ranking. They were all ranked above Dongfang Hao and were definitely powerful. This time, the battle between Lu Ming and Dongfang Hao had attracted the attention of other virtual G.O.D. rankers. Place your bets. Lu Ming swept a glance at these people. This kid really doesn't know what's good for him. I'll bet 5 million. A purple-robed young man took out a storage ring and said indifferently. He looked at Lu Ming as if he was looking at a dead man. He's just joined the sect, and he's already challenging Dongfang Hao. What a fool. I'll bet 5 million too. Another young man chimed in. These people were all geniuses from the Floating Light faction. They belonged to the same faction as Dongfang Hao. Naturally, they did not like Lu Ming. Lu Ming sneered. He did not reject anything and took all of them. In the end, Lu Ming received a total of 200 million divine crystals. If he lost, he would have to pay 2 million G.O.D. crystals. 200 million. Ha, I'm rich now. I can cultivate in any of the cultivation sanctuaries in the inner sect. Lu Ming was overjoyed. All right, I'll hand over the divine crystals I've received and my own to the elders of the Tribunal Council for safekeeping. If I die in battle, you can go to the elders to collect the divine crystals according to the receipt. Lu Ming handed a few storage rings to the 3 Tribunal Council elders. Then, Lu Ming looked at Dongfang Hao and said, Dongfang Hao, why don't we have a fight today? Since you're so eager to die, I'll naturally fulfill your wish. Let's go. Dongfang Hao said coldly. Then, he rose into the air and landed on the life and death stage. Lu Ming moved and stepped onto the fighting ring as well, standing opposite Dongfang Hao. It's about to start. I wonder how many moves Lu Ming can take from Dongfang Hao. Dongfang Hao is at the peak of virtual G, O, D, and his combat strength far exceeds his peers. I'm afraid Lu Ming won't be able to take 3 moves. I think so too. Let alone 3 moves, even 1 move is profound. Let's just wait to collect divine crystals. Chapter 2683 The Great Battle with Dongfang Hao. Lease reading Omicron and Novel Cool. Omicron. Many people were discussing and looking at the fighting ring, hoping that Lu Ming would be killed in 1 move. Then they could sit down and collect the divine crystals. Boom. On the fighting ring, a terrifying aura burst out from Dongfang Hao's body. The divine power of a peak 9th level virtual G, D realm expert was fully unleashed, forming a powerful wave of divine power that pressed toward Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's body was like a rock, not moving at all. You're quite capable. I'd like to see how capable you are to dare to accept my life and death duel invitation, Dongfang Hao said coldly. Then, he took a step forward and charged toward Lu Ming like a bolt of lightning. Buzz. His palm was like a knife, and he slashed at Lu Ming. Although it was a palm, the knife force was extremely sharp, wanting to cut Lu Ming in half. Boom. Lu Ming made his move. His divine power shook Dongfang Hao's wave of divine power away, and he threw a punch at it. You actually didn't use a divine artifact to take my attack. You're really looking for death. This attack will split you in half. Dongfang Hao roared in his heart as he struck Lu Ming's fist with his palm. On the fighting ring, there was if fled boom, like the vibration of a heavenly drum. Then, circles of strong chi ripples spread out in all directions, and a level 12 wind seemed to be blowing on the fighting ring. Then, the 2 figures floated back hundreds of meters. What? Many people's pupils suddenly shrank. It was blocked. Lu Ming had actually blocked Dongfang Hao's attack. How is that possible? Lu Ming's cultivation base was only at 4th level void G, O, D realm, yet he was able to block Dongfang Hao's attack? This is too terrifying. It can't be. Many people were shocked, especially those who had bet on Dongfang Hao. He won. Dongfang Hao has underestimated his enemy. He didn't even use much of his strength just now. Yes, it must be like this. After all, Lu Ming is the #1 new disciple. He's quite powerful. I guess he's used all his strength just now, and Dongfang Hao didn't use much of his strength. That's why he managed to block it. Yes, it must be like this. Many people seem to have found a way to ease their minds. How did this kid break through to the 4th level of the void G, O, D realm? Below the fighting ring, Huang Wu was the most shocked. He had fought with Lu Ming the earliest and was very clear about Lu Ming's previous cultivation. When Lu Ming had just entered the sect, he was only a demi-G, D. However, he was already on 4th level void G, O, D level now. What kind of improvement speed was this? He was almost scared to death. What's wrong? And NBSP seeing Huang Wu's expression, Huang Wen frowned and asked, that kid's cultivation isn't right. It's not right. When he first entered the sect a few years ago, he was only at the demi-G, O, D realm. Huang Wu's mouth trembled as he spoke. What? Huang Wen, as well as the others beside him, were all shocked. Their eyes were wide open. Impossible. He was only a demi-G, O, D few years ago, and now he's already at the 4th level of the void G, O, D realm. His foundation is also solid. This is impossible, completely impossible. One of the young men immediately shook his head in disbelief. Are you sure? Huang Wen asked with a dark expression. He's indeed a demi-G. D. He was indeed a demi-G. Oh, D few years ago. Huang Wu said, trembling. Impossible. I don't believe it. Perhaps, when you fought him a few years ago, he hid his cultivation. There are many secret skills that can hide cultivation in the primeval universe. That's right, he must have hidden his cultivation. The few young men shook their heads. They did not believe Huang Wu's words at all. They thought that Lu Ming had hidden his cultivation level in the past. What a joke. This was virtual G, O, D level they were talking about. It would be extremely difficult to level up. They would never believe that he could level up from demi-G. Oh, D-level to 4th level virtual G. Oh, D-level in just a few years. Wang Lin shook his head as well. He believed that Lu Ming had hidden his cultivation level back then. Wang was face paled, unable to speak. He was sure that his senses were not wrong. What a monster! I hope he dies in Dongfang Hao's hands. Huang Wu roared in his heart. At this moment, Dongfang Hao was also shocked. Other people thought that he had not used his full strength, but he knew very well that in that move just now, other than the divine weapon and divine skill, he had already used 100% of his divine power. He had planned to kill Lu Ming with one move. He had never expected that Lu Ming's strength would be so shocking that he could block an attack with 100% of his divine power. Kid, you have some skills. Let's see how many moves you can block. Dongfang Hao said coldly. Cut the C. Show me what you've got. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. Lu Ming said indifferently. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Let's go. Dongfang Hao reached out his hand, and a golden saber appeared in his palm. It looked like it was made of gold. Buzz. The battle saber shook, and the saber radiance soared into the sky. This was a level 9 low-grade G. D equipment. Lu Ming had an idea and he took out a level 9 low-grade divine artifact spear. 9 void slashes, die. Dongfang Hao roared. His body and the saber merged, and the saber radiance soared into the sky, slashing at Lu Ming. This was a divine skill. Dongfang Hao's second attack was a real killing move, and it was extremely powerful. Fortunately, the life and death battle stage was covered with a light shield. Otherwise, Dongfang Hao's blade light would have rushed out and all the spectators would have been enveloped by it. A divine skill? Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. This was the first time he had seen someone using a divine skill in a battle. The power of a divine skill was indeed terrifying. It was completely incomparable to an incomplete divine skill. Let's try and see how powerful it is. Lu Ming muttered. The long spear vibrated and hummed. Then he pulled the spear out. Lu Ming did not use the 3 apocalyptic strikes. Instead, he used an incomplete divine skill. Lu Ming had already cultivated the incomplete spear technique to the 7th level, the highest level. Boom. The long spear and the saber gleam collided. 15 levels of power burst out from Lu Ming's long spear in an instant. 15 layers of power, like a stormy sea, surged towards the other. However, Dongfang Hao's blade ray was shockingly powerful. It kept on breaking through the layers of power. A series of explosions rang out as the two figures quickly retreated. This time, the two of them retreated a few hundred meters before they could stabilize themselves. What? He blocked it again. How is this possible? This is impossible. Many people couldn't believe it. Many people rubbed their eyes, thinking that they were seeing things. However, after rubbing, the scene was still the same, which really made them dumbfounded. Just now, Dongfang Hao had clearly used his ultimate skill. The power was terrifying and he definitely did not hold back on purpose. However, Lu Ming had still managed to block it. The 7th level of the incomplete divine skill. That kid has actually cultivated the incomplete divine skill to the 7th level. What a terrifying comprehension ability! Many people gasped. To be able to cultivate an incomplete divine skill to the 7th level at the 4th level of the Void G. Oh, D realm was definitely shocking. No wonder it was so powerful. This kid is too monstrous. He must be eliminated. Huang Wen's eyes were extremely cold. Chapter 2684 Intestines turning green with regret. Lise reading Omicron and Novel Cool. Omicron, is this all you've got? I'm really disappointed. In the fighting ring, Lu Ming shook his head and looked at Dongfang Hao in disdain. Kid, don't think that you can be arrogant just because you blocked 2 of my moves. I'll kill you with my next move. Dongfang Hao roared, his killing intent as sharp as a blade. He was a 9th tier virtual G. Oh, D-level powerhouse and an expert on the virtual G. Oh, D ranking list. To him, it was a great humiliation that he could not kill Lu Ming, who was a 4th tier virtual G. Oh, D-level powerhouse, even after he used his ultimate skill. Kill, die! Dongfang Hao shouted as he raised his saber with both hands. His divine power burst out, and saber rays appeared above his head. In the end, a total of 9 blade gleams appeared. Each of them exuded a terrifying aura. Dongfang Hao had pushed his delay skill to its limit. Void 9 slashes annihilate D. Dongfang Hao bellowed. The 9 rays of saber radiance exuded a terrifying aura, carrying the power to destroy and slashed at Lu Ming. Before the saber ray had even reached him, the terrifying saber force had already swept toward Lu Ming, wanting to tear him apart. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. At this moment, Lu Ming circulated the ruler's divine energy to the extreme. At the same time, Lu Ming activated the double combat power of the battle character formula. Lu Ming's body was filled with powerful energy. Once again he shot out with his spear. This time, Lu Ming did not use the divine skill. Instead, he used the incomplete divine skill. Boom, boom, boom. The 9 rays of saber radiance that Dongfang Hao had condensed slashed toward Lu Ming one after another, each more powerful than the last. Every time it slashed down and collided with Lu Ming's long spear, there would be a terrifying explosion. Everyone's hearts were in their throats as they stared unblinkingly at the scene. They wanted to know if Lu Ming would be killed by Dongfang Hao in one strike. I hope Dongfang Hao can kill that kid. Those who had bet on Dongfang Hao's victory kept praying in their hearts, hoping that Lu Ming would die in Dongfang Hao's hands. Unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed. After 9 loud bangs, Lu Ming stood still, completely unscathed. He did not even have a single wound on him. Dongfang Hao, on the other hand, was panting. Although a 9th level Void D realm expert could use divine techniques, it consumed a lot of divine power. Dongfang Hao had used up a lot of his divine power just now. What? He's not dead yet? That Lu Ming, why is he not dead yet? Many people were shocked. They couldn't believe that a 4th level Void D realm cultivator could still stand after Dongfang Hao's full force attack. How was this possible? This brat, why isn't he dead yet? Around the fighting ring, many people, including Li Zhong and the other deacons of the outer gate, were roaring. Each of them had bet a large number of divine crystals. Li Zhong, in particular, had bet a total of 20 million divine crystals. He hoped very much that Lu Ming would be killed. What powerful strength! As expected of someone who possesses a gold token. The 3 enforcement hall's elders had a look of shock in their eyes as well. Previously, they had guessed that Lu Ming might be the disciple of some big shot in Kongshen sect. Now they felt that it was very possible. Otherwise, how could he be so powerful? They secretly rejoiced. It seemed that they had made the right decision to help Lu Ming this time. Dongfang Hao, is this all you've got? How disappointing. Well then, it's my turn now. Lu Ming said coldly. He took a step forward and charged at Dongfang Hao. His long spear was like a mountain range, pressing down on Dongfang Hao. Dongfang Hao used his remaining divine power to block it, but after the collision he was forced back, his face pale and his body trembling. Just now, he had used all his strength to release the divine skill and it had consumed too much divine power. At this moment, he could no longer block Lu Ming's attack. Kill, die! Lu Ming shouted as he continued to attack with his spear, shrouding Dongfang Hao in layers of spear shadows. Dongfang Hao charged left and right, but it was useless. He was completely suppressed by Lu Ming. Bang! He was caught off guard and was hit by Lu Ming's spear. More than a dozen layers of power burst out and hit Dongfang Hao. He screamed in pain and was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood. A big hole had been blown into his chest, and his breath was weak. Don't kill me, Dongfang Hao yelled in terror. Kill! Lu Ming said coldly. He stepped forward, his killing intent extremely cold. Senior brother Huangwen, save me, save me. Dongfang Hao screamed at the top of his lungs. If this continued, he would really die. He was so scared that he almost peed his pants. Before the battle, he would never have dreamed that it would end up like this. In his mind, he could easily kill Lu Ming and he would not be in any danger. If he had known that Lu Ming was so terrifying, he would never have sent out the life and death duel letter. Lu Ming, that's enough. Wang Lin shouted with a dark expression. That's right. We're all senior and junior brothers. It's enough to determine the victor. There's no need to take his life. Lu Zhong also said. Ha, what a joke. You guys don't know that this is a death match. Dongfang Hao and I have signed a death match agreement. Only one of us can leave the stage. Lu Ming laughed heartily. When it's possible to forgive someone, one should forgive them. Lu Zhong said coldly. I'll spare you, you be asterisk starred. F asterisk CK. Lu Ming cursed. He charged at Dongfang Hao with his spear at the speed of lightning. Dongfang Hao screamed hysterically and tried to dodge, but it was useless. The spear pierced through his head. Dongfang Hao's head exploded like a watermelon. Dongfang Hao was dead. He's dead. Dongfang Hao is dead. Many people's faces turned pale and they broke out in cold sweat. They had bet a lot of their skills on Dongfang Hao's victory. Some of them had even bet their entire net worth. But now Dongfang Hao was dead. My divine crystals. Someone screamed in pain and wanted to beat his chest and stamp his feet. As for those who didn't have time to place their bets, they were extremely glad. They had been secretly angry that they had come a step too late and lost the chance to pick up money. Now they realized how lucky they were. In the midst of the music, there were a few other deacons whose faces were as black as charcoal. How did this happen? Below the fighting ring, Huang Wen, Huang Wu, and the others were all pale. Dongfang Hao is dead? They found it hard to believe. A disciple who had just joined the sect a few years ago had actually killed Dongfang Hao, who was on the virtual G.O.D. ranking. In the fighting ring, Lu Ming shook his spear, shaking off the blood on it. Then he reached out and sucked Dongfang Hao's storage ring into his hand. It was his spoils of war. Elders, I've killed Dongfang Hao. I've won. Those divine crystals are all mine. Lu Ming's gaze shifted to the 3 tribunal council elders. That's right, you've won. These storage rings are for you. One of the enforcement hall's elders suppressed the shock in his heart and threw the storage ring to Lu Ming. Lu Ming caught it with a fiery look in his eyes. Chapter 2685. Want to return it? No way. Lease reading Omicron and novel cool. Omicronim this time, he had earned big. He had won 200 million low-grade divine crystals. If he exchanged them for sect points, he would have a total of 20,000 points. 1 day of cultivation in the Divine Pulse Tower was 1 point. 20,000 points were enough for Lu Ming to cultivate in the Divine Pulse Tower for more than 50 years. Previously, Lu Ming had only cultivated for 3 months in the Divine Pulse Tower and his cultivation level had risen from 3rd level to 4th level Void G.O.D. level. The effect was amazing. The higher one's cultivation was, the more difficult it would be to make a breakthrough, and the time required would naturally be much longer. However, if he cultivated in the Divine Pulse Tower for more than 50 years, his cultivation would increase by a large margin. Many people's hearts were bleeding when they saw Lu Ming put away the storage ring. That was their divine crystals. My 10 million divine gems. An outer deacon's face twitched, and his heart was bleeding. Although they were all high-level true G.O.D.s, tens of millions of low-grade divine crystals was still a considerable amount. It won't be that easy to take my divine crystals. Lu snorted coldly and then sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. Brat, come to my mansion right away and give me back the 20 million divine crystals. Also, you've insulted me just now, so you must be punished. If you give me another 50 million divine crystals as compensation, I'll let bygones be bygones. This voice rang directly in Lu Ming's ears. A threat, a blatant threat. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled up slightly. He looked at the music and his voice spread throughout the entire venue. Deacon Lu Zhong, you're already so old. Don't you know that you must accept your loss? With your status as a deacon, you actually threatened me with a voice transmission just now. asking me to return the 20 million divine crystals to you. You also threatened me to pay you another 50 million divine crystals. How can you say something like that? Lu Ming did not try to hide anything. Everyone heard what he said. Everyone's eyes turned to Lu Zhong. Some people revealed looks of disdain. After Lu Zhong lost the divine crystals, he actually threatened Lu Ming in secret. How despicable! And NBSP he roared in the center of the music, and his anger was about to burn. He did not expect Lu Ming to be so bold as to directly say his threatening words, causing him to lose face. Brat, you are playing with fire. You are seeking death. Lu sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. Look, here he comes again. He's sending me a voice transmission to threaten me, saying that he's going to kill me. Lu Ming shrieked, then cupped his fists at the 3 law enforcement elders. 3 elders, a deacon has threatened this disciple in public. This disciple is truly in fear and trepidation. Lu Zhong. One of the law enforcement elders looked at Lu Zhong with a cold gaze. Lu Zhong shivered and quickly shouted, Elder, there's no such thing. This kid is framing me. It better not be. The law enforcement elder snorted. Lu Zhong's face turned gloomy and he didn't dare to say anything more. Lu Ming, you're too greedy. Are you really going to swallow all these divine crystals? I bet all my fortune on it just now. Can you return some to me? At this moment, a young man shouted. Not bad, return some to me. Following that, the others also started shouting. Even a few geniuses on the virtual G.O.D. ranking list chimed in. They'd bet a lot just now and had also suffered heavy losses. Return? What a joke. If you weren't so greedy, how could you have lost to me? Lu Ming sneered. Return? How was that possible? These people had been waiting for him to die. How could he return the divine crystal to them now? Lu Ming, you have to know when to stop. I'm only asking you to return a part of it, not all of it. You've earned a lot by returning 50 to 60%. We're all senior and junior brothers, so it'll be easier for you to get along in the future. Otherwise, you've offended so many people. Even if you get so many divine crystals, I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to spend them. A yellow-robed young man, a heaven's favorite on the virtual G.O.D. ranking from the Tianhong sect, said coldly. Although he didn't make it clear, anyone could hear the threat in his words. He was implying that Lu Ming would offend too many people if he swallowed all the divine crystals. He was afraid that he would not be able to spend the divine crystals even if he earned them. This time, the 3 tribunal council elders did not say anything. They too felt that it would not do Lu Ming any good to offend so many people at once. Even though Lu Ming had an extraordinary background, everyone present was under the various saints sections. If he offended all of them, he would not have a good time in the future. Hee. Lu Ming sneered. These people clearly lost the bet, their hearts ached, and they wanted to take back a part of it, but what kind of logic was this? Alright, if you want a part of it back, that's fine. Lu Ming's voice was heard and many people's eyes lit up. All outer sect disciples, I'll give you a chance. Go up the stage and fight me. Whoever defeats me, I'll return the divine crystals. But whoever is defeated by me, you have to leave behind something. Lu Ming continued. What? Most of the outer sect disciples immediately hung their heads in dejection. To defeat Lu Ming? You must be joking. Did they not see that even Dongfang Hao, who was on the virtual G.O.D. ranking list, had been killed by Lu Ming? How could they be his match? Wouldn't he be looking for a beating if he went up? However, some people's eyes lit up. They were the heavens' favorites on the virtual G.O.D. ranking list. This battle is only about victory or defeat, not about life or death. Whoever wins, I'll return double the divine crystals. If you lose, you'll have to leave behind a treasure. For example, a king-grade divine skill, a level 3 divine skill, a mid-grade divine artifact, or the corresponding divine crystals. Anything is fine. Lu Ming spoke again. You said it yourself. The yellow-robed young man shouted. With so many people as witnesses, I will keep my word. Lu Ming said. Alright, I'll challenge you now. The yellow-robed young man moved and rushed into the fighting ring. Huang Chengan is about to make his move. Many people's eyes lit up. Huang Chengan was ranked 98th on the virtual G.O.D. ranking list, which was more than 20 places higher than Dongfang Hao. His battle strength was also much stronger than Dongfang Hao's. "What kind of treasure are you using to fight me?" Lu Ming said. "A king-grade cultivation technique." Huang Chengan waved his hand and a yellow scroll appeared in his hand. A king-grade cultivation technique. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. He cultivated the heaven and earth thousand Dao scripture. As long as he cultivated other divine techniques and cultivated a wisp of corresponding divine power, he would be able to light the corresponding divine fire. In the future, as long as he continued to cultivate the heaven and earth thousand Dao scripture, his divine power would also improve. Lu Ming had wanted to cultivate it for a long time, but he did not have any other amazing techniques. Originally, he had wanted to go to the inner sect's scripture depository to exchange for the money he had earned this time. "Alright, where's your receipt? Let me see how many divine crystals you've bet," Lu Ming said. Then, Huang Chengan took out a written pledge of 5 million divine gems. To an ethereal G.O.D. realm expert, 5 million divine gems was a terrifying number. No wonder Huang Chengan was so anxious. Chapter 2686 Moon Reading Ghost Spear Fine. If you can defeat me, I'll give you back the 10 million. Now, let us give the divine crystals to Patriarch of Law Enforcement. Lu Ming took out a storage ring and stored 10 million divine crystals in it. He then handed the storage ring to a law enforcement patriarch. Huang Chengan also handed the king-grade divine skill to the law enforcement elder. Then, the two of them returned to the fighting ring. Boom! A powerful aura burst out from Huang Chengan's body. His divine power surged and was instantly activated to the extreme. "You may have defeated Dongfang Hao, but you're still not strong enough to defeat me," Huang Chengan said indifferently, full of confidence. Earlier he had seen the fight between Lu Ming and Dongfang Hao. Lu Ming was only slightly stronger than Dongfang Hao. In fact, he might not even be stronger than Dongfang Hao. The reason Dongfang Hao was killed by Lu Ming was that he had overexerted his divine power. His combat strength was much stronger than Dongfang Hao's. He was confident that he could defeat Lu Ming. "You are very confident. I hope you have the corresponding strength," Lu Ming said indifferently. "You'll see it soon," Huang Chengan said coldly. A long spear appeared in his hand. Huang Chengan was also good at using a long spear. Moon Reading Ghost Spear. With a long howl, Huang Chengan made his move. With a thrust of his spear, ghostly shadows filled the fighting ring. Countless roars rang out, shocking everyone. All of a sudden, a black spear shadow stabbed toward Lu Ming as fast as lightning. Huang Chengan used his most powerful divine skill. Buzz! Lu Ming's long spear trembled and divine power circulated. He also stabbed out with his spear. Clang! There was a sharp sound of collision. Lu Ming had defeated Huang Chengan's spear shadow. However, at this moment, a strange energy invaded Lu Ming's body. In an instant, it appeared in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness and turned into a few ghostly shadows, trying to tear Lu Ming's soul apart. Huang Chengan's attack could actually directly attack the soul. It was very strange. However, Lu Ming circulated his ruler's divine power in his sea of consciousness. The ghostly figures dissipated, but Lu Ming also took a few steps back. On the surface, Lu Ming was at a disadvantage. Lu Ming is no match for them. He's been forced to retreat. He is indeed not Huang Chengan's match. It's already a miracle that he could defeat Dongfang Hao. After all, Dongfang Hao is only at the bottom of the virtual god ranking list. His ranking is still unstable, so he can't be compared to Huang Chengan. That's right. Lu Ming is going to be defeated. It's a pity that it's not a deathmatch this time. Huang Chengan can't kill Lu Ming without signing the deathmatch agreement. Some people immediately started discussing. Those who had lost the divine crystals could not wait for Lu Ming to be defeated. Although they would not be able to get back the divine crystals, they would feel more comfortable. Lose. After forcing Lu Ming back with one move, Huang Chenggan's follow-up attacks were endless as he charged towards Lu Ming. Small tricks. Lu Ming sneered. This time, he used his ruler's divine power to guard his sea of consciousness. The other party's attack could not break in at all. Lu Ming continuously struck out with his spear and collided with his opponent. In an instant, the two of them had exchanged dozens of moves. Huang Chenggan became more and more shocked as he fought. Huang Chenggan, this is all you've got. It seems like you won't be able to get your divine crystals back. Lu Ming sneered. Lu Ming, don't be too smug. Watch my strongest move, Moon Reading Ghost Spear, Shocking Explosion Divine Ring. Huang Chenggan bellowed. Suddenly, his strength increased by another level. That's the second level of the divine skill. That's terrifying. As expected of someone ranked 98th on the virtual god ranking. He's only at level 9 of the virtual god realm, but he's already cultivated the Moon Reading Ghost Spear to level 2. Many people exclaimed. Generally speaking, those at the 9th tier of the void god realm could comprehend and cultivate divine skills. However, it was difficult for those who were not talented enough to successfully cultivate them. Only people with high talent could successfully cultivate it, but they were usually at the first stage. Only after breaking through to the true god realm could they cultivate to the second stage. For example, Chaotic Astral River's Yuan Luo Hall Master Kong Ji and Unfettered Sect's Sect Master Siddhaonan were both at the 4th level of the true god stage. Moreover, they had only managed to cultivate their divine skills to the 2nd level after countless years of cultivation. Huang Chenggan, on the other hand, was only at the 9th level of the void god realm, but he had already cultivated the divine skill to the 2nd level, which showed his talent. The long spear in Huang Chenggan's hand trembled and then spun continuously. A black vortex appeared at the tip of the spear, emitting a terrifying tearing force. Kill! Huang Chenggan roared and charged towards Lu Ming. The black vortex also charged towards Lu Ming, wanting to crush him into pieces. The power of the 2nd stage of the divine skill is indeed amazing. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew that he could not block the other party's move by relying on the incomplete divine skill alone. In that case, let's see the power of the 3 apocalyptic strikes. Lu Ming muttered and the momentum of the spear suddenly changed. The first move of the 3 apocalyptic strikes, skybreaking. A deep voice came out of Lu Ming's mouth. Lu Ming's entire body merged with the spear, and a spear's gleam shot up. It was so stunning that it seemed to shatter the void. Boom! Lu Ming's spear gleam charged into the pitch-black vortex that Huang Chenggan had created. Exterminate! Huang Chenggan shouted. However, the next moment, his expression changed drastically. His eyes popped out and he looked extremely frightened. Bang! Then, the pitch-black vortex he had created rumbled continuously. In the end, it was pierced through by a terrifying spear radiance and exploded. Huang Chenggan screamed. His body was thrown backward like a kite with a broken string. He fell heavily on the ground and slid all the way to the edge of the fighting ring before stopping. The scene was dead silent. Everyone looked at the scene in disbelief. Everyone saw Huang Chenggan spit out a large mouthful of blood. His breath was extremely weak, and a hole had appeared in his chest, from the front to the back, with blood flowing out. He was defeated. Huang Chenggan was defeated. Lu Ming had actually defeated Huang Chenggan. This level of combat strength was too terrifying, right? In the midst of their joy, Huang Wen and the others revealed expressions of shock. Do you still want to fight? Lu Ming landed on the fighting ring and strode toward Huang Chenggan. I'm not fighting anymore. I'm not fighting anymore. One admit defeat. Huang Chenggan shouted and rushed down the fighting ring. Lu Ming is the winner of this battle. This is your trophy. The elders of the Tribunal Council were shocked as well. They handed over the 10 million divine crystals and the royal grade technique to Lu Ming. Did Lu Ming just use a godly skill? It's definitely a divine skill, and its power is extremely shocking. He's only at the 4th level of the Void God realm. How did he manage to successfully cultivate the divine skill? This is too abnormal. He's abnormal. If he grows up, the Kong-Xian sect will probably have another saint. Even now, many people were still unable to calm down and were immersed in shock. The power of the 3 apocalyptic strikes is indeed amazing, Lu Ming muttered. He realized that the power of the 3 apocalyptic strikes was much stronger than the moon-reading ghost spear that Huang Chengan cultivated. Just now, Lu Ming had only used the power of the first stage, and he had already broken through the second stage. Chapter 2587 Virtual G. D ranking number 51. The power of the 3 apocalyptic strikes was indeed amazing. It was only the first stage, but it had already broken through Huang Chengan's second stage divine skill. However, the battle formula also helped. After cultivating the battle formula, the power of any divine skill or secret skill would be enhanced, and he would be stronger than others. In addition, the 3 apocalyptic strikes was already powerful to begin with. Hence, Lu Ming broke through the second stage of the opponent at the first stage. Lu Ming held his long spear and stood on the life-and-death battle stage like an invincible D of war. For a moment, he was the center of attention. Are there any more battles? Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. As he spoke, he took out a pile of divine crystals and absorbed the energy in them to recover his divine energy. The use of a divine skill consumed a lot of divine power. Although he had only used one move, Lu Ming's divine power was greatly consumed. After all, his current cultivation was still low. Those who were swept by Lu Ming's gaze turned pale and did not dare to look him in the eye. Even the few geniuses on the virtual G. D ranking looked gloomy. Huang Chengan was ranked 98th on the virtual G. D list, far superior to Dongfang Hao. He had even cultivated the divine skill to the second level. With his current combat strength, he might be ranked higher, but he had still been defeated by Lu Ming. Although some of the people present were ranked higher than Huang Chengan, they were not that much higher. They had no confidence that they would be able to fight against Lu Ming. For a time, no one actually went up. Who else is there? Lu Ming asked again, his eyes even brighter. I'll fight you. At this time, a cold voice was heard. In the distance, a figure came over like a whirlwind and landed on the fighting ring. It was a scrawny young man with crimson skin. It was obvious that he was not human, but Lu Ming could not tell what race he was at the moment. It's a scorpion tiger. It's ranked 51st on the virtual G. D ranking. Many people were shocked when they saw the red-skinned young man. The scorpion tiger is about to make its move. I wonder if Lu Ming dares to accept the challenge. Xie's strength is far above Huang Chengan's. I heard that Xie, who once had a huge battle with a first-stage true G. D expert. Although he was no match, he still managed to escape. I've also heard about it. Many people started to discuss intensely the gap between the ethereal G. D realm and the true G. D realm was a big realm, which was a big gap between their powers. It was very difficult for a nihility G. D to fight a true G. D. Let alone a battle, it was extremely difficult for him to even escape. One could see how strong the scorpion tiger was. He's ranked 51st on the virtual G. D ranking list? Lu Ming muttered, a strong fighting spirit rising from his body. I'll bet with you on a 4-fold divine skill. If you lose, you have to give me 10 million divine crystals. If I lose, the 4-fold divine skill is yours. The scorpion tiger took out a scroll. Sure. Lu Ming accepted the challenge. A 4-fold divine skill could only be cultivated to the 4th fold at most. Lu Ming did not think much of it. The 9-fold crimson gold armor and the 3 apocalyptic strikes that he cultivated were 9-fold divine skills that could be cultivated to the 9th fold. However, the market value of a quadruple divine skill was extremely high. It could be sold for tens of millions of divine crystals. Naturally, Lu Ming would not reject it. The two of them gave the divine crystals and the scroll to a deacon elderly. Lu Ming actually accepted the challenge. He's really bold. Bold? I think he's just greedy. However, Huang Chengan and Dongfang Hao can't compare to the scorpion tiger. Lu Ming is definitely no match for it. Look at how confident Lu Ming is. Could it be that he still has a trump card? Well, just wait and see. This time, it was different from the previous time. Some people felt that Lu Ming was unfathomable and might have a trump card. They were not very sure that Lu Ming would lose without a doubt. Boom, boom. On the fighting ring, the two's auras exploded and the waves of Shun power first collided. The scorpion tiger moved. Its body was thin, but its explosive power was shocking. It charged at Lu Ming with shocking speed. A blood-red sword appeared in its hand, and it stabbed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming only saw a blood-red sword light stabbing toward him at an unbelievable speed. Retreat! Lu Ming took a step back and quickly retreated. He swept his long spear horizontally at the scorpion tiger. However, the scorpion tiger changed its stance and dodged Lu Ming's long spear. You want to use this move to block me? It's useless. Multi-story sword art. The scorpion tiger's cold voice came out of its mouth. Then, beams of sword light bloomed from its hands, densely packed, and charged toward Lu Ming. Each sword light was extremely fast. The second level of the divine skill. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The scorpion tiger's divine skill had also been cultivated to the second level. From the looks of it, it was even more mature than Huang Qingan. 3 apocalyptic strikes, break the sky. Lu Ming muttered. His divine energy surged and he thrust his spear. Buzz. The stunning spear light lit up again, like a star in the night sky. The first move of the 3 apocalyptic strikes was used once again. Wherever the spear radiance said, the scorpion tiger's sword radiance was constantly shattered. Just as the scorpion tiger was about to end up like Huang Qingan, his body suddenly trembled and he forcefully shifted a few hundred meters away, avoiding Lu Ming's attack. A speed-type delay skill. Lu Ming's heart stirred. The scorpion tiger had not only cultivated an offensive divine skill to the second level, but it had also mastered a speed divine skill. Just now, it had forcefully moved sideways with its speed divine skill and avoided Lu Ming's attack. It's so powerful. The scorpion tiger has cultivated a speed-type divine skill. It's only on virtual level, but it's so strong. He's indeed powerful. No wonder he's a genius ranked 51st on the virtual D ranking list. Many people sighed. It was already impressive for a 9th-tier Void D realm martial artist to cultivate a divine skill to the 1st tier. However, the scorpion tiger had cultivated several divine skills. It was indeed terrifying. Based on this alone, he was far above Huang Qingan. Lu Ming's unique skill can't hit the scorpion tiger. He's probably going to lose. He will definitely lose. With his Shun power, he will definitely not be able to use much of his finishing move. He will definitely lose. He's finally going to lose. Ha! Some people laughed. Your attacks are useless against me. Just stand there and get hit. The scorpion tiger said coldly. Then, its body moved and it charged toward Lu Ming again. Its speed was several times faster than before. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. The scorpion tiger's figure would appear on Lu Ming's left and right at times, and its sword light bloomed continuously, slashing at Lu Ming's vital points. Lu Ming waved his long spear and tried his best to block it. Clang, clang. The two of them exchanged dozens of moves in a row and Lu Ming retreated continuously. Let's see how many moves you can block. The scorpion tiger's voice rang out, and its attacks became even more intense and violent. Suddenly, Lu Ming revealed a flaw. Now! The scorpion tiger's eyes lit up. It became one with the sword and used its strongest move. It turned into a crimson sword light and rushed through Lu Ming's flaw, killing him. Lu Ming could not avoid this move. Chapter 2687 Divine Ice Power. The scorpion tiger took advantage of Lu Ming's weak point and launched its strongest attack. Lu Ming could not avoid this attack and was about to be hit. Lose. The scorpion tiger said ferociously, as if it could already see 10 million divine gems waving at it. Defeated? You're the one who's defeated. At this moment, Lu Ming's indifferent voice was heard. Then his body emitted a red light and a red gold armor appeared on the surface of Lu Ming's body. It was the 9-layered crimson gold armor. Lu Ming had deliberately revealed that flaw. Lu Ming did not cultivate any speed-type divine skill. He could not keep up with the scorpion tiger's speed by relying on the incomplete ROC wings technique. If he wanted to defeat the scorpion tiger, he had to lure it closer. Only then would he have a chance. Therefore, he deliberately revealed a flaw. The scorpion tiger was fooled and charged toward Lu Ming. Buzz! The scorpion tiger's combat sword stabbed the scarlet gold armor, making an ear-piercing sound. Sparks flew in all directions, and the scarlet gold armor trembled continuously. However, in the end, the scorpion tiger's attack was blocked. I blocked it. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Lu Ming had only cultivated the first stage of the 9-stage crimson gold armor. At the peak of the first stage, he was afraid that he would not be able to withstand the other party's attacks. However, Jingyu had obtained the 9-fold crimson gold armor from his painting, and it was also incredibly profound, not inferior to the 3 apocalyptic strikes. With the support of the ruler's divine power, its defensive power was astonishing, allowing it to successfully block the scorpion tiger's attack. How could it be? The scorpion tiger was shocked that its attack had failed to break through Lu Ming's defense. It wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Lu Ming would not give it such a chance. Buzz! A long spear swept towards the scorpion tiger at a terrifying speed. Bang! The scorpion tiger was T right on the head. It let out a blood-curdling screech as its body flew out like a broken sack. It crashed heavily on the fighting ring and slid a few thousand meters away. His body had almost exploded into two, and he was severely injured. Lu Ming's body moved and he thrust his long spear forward, stopping right in front of the scorpion tiger's glabella. Don't kill me! The scorpion tiger roared and broke out in a cold sweat. It only reacted after it had shouted. They were not in a life-and-death battle and Lu Ming could not kill it. You've lost. Lu Ming said indifferently. With a shake of his long spear, a stream of energy gushed out and sent the scorpion tiger flying out of the fighting ring. The scene was in an uproar. The scorpion tiger had actually lost. A Heaven's favorite who was ranked 51st on the virtual G.O.D. ranking list had been defeated by Lu Ming, a disciple who had just joined the sect. This was extremely rare in the history of the Kong-Shen sect. Most importantly, Lu Ming's cultivation level was only at 4th level virtual G.O.D. level. This level of combat strength was too terrifying. A defensive skill at the 4th level of the ethereal G.O.D. realm. Not only did he cultivate an offensive skill, but he also cultivated a defensive skill. What kind of monstrous comprehension is this? Is he still a new disciple? His combat strength is way too strong. Today, he has defeated 3 geniuses on the virtual G.O.D. ranking list. From now on, Dongfang Hao will fall from the virtual G.O.D. ranking while Lu Ming will be ranked 51st on the virtual G.O.D. ranking. These words made many people look at each other. An existence at the 4th level of the Void G.O.D. realm was ranked 51st on the Void G.O.D. ranking. This had never happened in the Kong-Shen sect. This, in the midst of the laughter, Huang Wen and the others were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Then, a cold killing intent gushed out from their hearts. The more powerful Lu Ming was, the greater the threat he posed to them and the more they had to get rid of him. Haha, the future generations are truly fearsome. One of the law enforcement elders laughed and handed the 10 million divine crystals and the divine skill to Lu Ming. Lu Ming had earned a huge sum of money again. Many people were green with envy. Who else come up and fight? After Lu Ming put away his spoils of war, he scanned his surroundings. The entire place fell silent. No one spoke. The geniuses on the virtual G.O.D. ranking list shut their mouths. What a joke. If Scorpion Tiger lost, they would definitely lose if they went up. Lu Ming asked a few times but no one went up. That was because none of the top 50 on the virtual G.O.D. ranking list had come. These people were either out for training, on missions, or cultivating in seclusion. Some of them would not have come to watch the life-and-death battle between Lu Ming and Dongfang Hao even if they had known about it. Dongfang Hao, a new disciple, was not enough to pique their curiosity. Therefore, no one dared to fight now. Since no one wants to fight, then let's leave today's matter at that. Lu Ming waved his hand and kept the spear. He thanked the 3 law enforcement elders and turned into a ray of light, leaving the place. A group of people were left behind, gritting their teeth. Lu Ming did not return to his residence. Instead, he flew straight to the inner sect area. It was no longer safe to stay in the outer sect area. He would definitely be targeted. Therefore, Lu Ming decided to come to the inner sect area. Lu Ming took out 10 million divine crystals and exchanged them for 10,000 points when he arrived at the inner gate area. He then entered the Divine Pulse Tower. In the Divine Pulse Tower, Lu Ming sat cross-legged, absorbing the divine qi from the outer sect to recover his divine energy. The divine energy here was very rich. Not long after, Lu Ming had recovered to his peak state. After he recovered to his peak state, Lu Ming waved his hand and a scroll appeared. This scroll was the King-grade wondrous technique that Lu Ming had obtained from Huang Qinggong. Lu Ming opened it and took a look. Divine Ice Formula. When he opened it, he saw the name of this wondrous technique. Lu Ming took a closer look. This was a very ordinary King-grade divine skill. It had 7 levels in total, and when one cultivated to the 7th level, one would be able to cultivate the King-grade divine power, the Ice divine power. The Ice divine power was one of the more common ones among King-grade divine powers. However, Lu Ming did not care. As long as it was King-grade divine power, it would be useful to Lu Ming. Lu Ming immediately started to study it carefully. A few days later, Lu Ming began to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had been in the Divine Pulse Tower for half a month. For half a month, Lu Ming had been comprehending and cultivating the Divine Ice Formula. After half a month of cultivation, Lu Ming had finally cultivated a trace of the Divine Ice power. And NBSP, a wisp of ice divine power mixed with the ruler divine power, flowed through his meridians. I've succeeded. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He immediately gave up on circulating the Divine Ice Formula and began to circulate the Universe Thousand Dao Formula. The wisp of divine ice power completely fused with the ruler's strength in an instant and became one. A few more days passed. In Lu Ming's dantian, a spot of light suddenly lit up near the divine fire. As time passed, the light became brighter and brighter. Slowly, it became a wisp of divine fire. Another divine flame appeared. This was the second divine flame. 2 divine flames had actually appeared in a person's dantian. If this was known by others, they would be scared to death. According to the general knowledge of cultivation in the prehistoric universe, one person could only light up 1 divine fire. It was absolutely impossible to light up a second divine fire. However, Lu Ming had done it. He really ignited the second divine fire. This Universe Thousand Dao art is really amazing. Lu Ming was secretly amazed. Jing Yu had obtained the Universal Dao incantation from a heritage site, and even he didn't know its origins. Chapter 2688 Sutra Library, Continue. Lu Ming closed his eyes and focused on cultivation. Now, the Divine Ice Formula was no longer of much use to Lu Ming. He just had to continue cultivating the Universe Thousand Dao Formula, and that wisp of divine ice fire would slowly grow stronger. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. During this year, Lu Ming had been cultivating wholeheartedly. The Frost Divine Fire had finally grown to the size of the ruler's divine fire. In his dantian, 2 divine flames were burning. It was extremely mysterious. At this moment, Lu Ming ended his cultivation. Buzz. Lu Ming waved his hand and circulated the ice divine power. A long spear made of ice appeared in his hand, exuding a bone-chilling cold. Haha, now I don't have to worry about others discovering my ruler's divine power. Lu Ming smiled. Now, Lu Ming could use the ice divine power alone. Although it was far less powerful than the ruler's divine power, it was very practical to fool people. Moreover, once Lu Ming used the Ji, Oh, DS divine power, the ice divine power would explode together with the G. Oh, DS divine power. The strength of Lu Ming's divine power was 20% stronger than before. Don't look down on 20%. A 20% increase in strength was already very shocking. In the future, Lu Ming could continue to cultivate other divine powers. In the future, when the number of divine powers increased and they were stacked, the power would be very shocking. Lu Ming was very satisfied. I've just cultivated 2 types of divine power. It's not a good time to continue breaking through the realm. I'd better consolidate and polish my skills before coming to the divine pulse tower to cultivate. Lu Ming pondered. 1 day of cultivation in the divine pulse tower would cost 1 point, which was equivalent to 10,000 divine crystals. Although Lu Ming was rich now and controlled more than 200 million divine crystals, he did not want to waste it. In the past year, he had spent nearly 400 points. That was 4 million divine crystals. In the past, Lu Ming would not have been able to afford it. It said that there are a large number of divine skills, divine techniques, and even secret skills in the scripture library in the inner court. All of them can be exchanged with points. Let's go and have a look. At the thought of this, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. He planned to exchange for a few more divine techniques to cultivate. Sharpening a knife would not delay the work of cutting wood. Although it would take some time to cultivate the divine technique, this time would not be wasted. As long as he cultivated divine fire, as Lu Ming's cultivation level increased in the future, the divine fire and divine power would also increase. If he were to wait for Lu Ming's cultivation to improve before he cultivated other divine techniques and powers, it would take him more time to cultivate the divine fire he had just cultivated to the size of the Dominator divine fire. His current cultivation level was still low, and the amount of time he had to spend was still little. After he had successfully cultivated it, he could raise his cultivation level in the future. This was the best strategy. Lu Ming left the divine pulse tower and walked toward the scripture chamber. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived at the scriptures depository. The sutras depository was a huge pavilion. It was 5 stories high and extremely wide. There were naturally people guarding the scripture chamber, and they were all extremely terrifying powerhouses. However, Lu Ming took out his gold token and entered the scripture chamber smoothly. So many, Lu Ming's eyes widened when he arrived at the first level. What came into view were shelves. At a glance, there were at least a few hundred shelves, and on each shelf was a divine skill. They were either in the form of jade talismans or scrolls, but they were all protected by a formation. Only with the permission of the guardian of the scripture chamber could they be taken out. There was an introduction under the shelf. Lu Ming looked at them one by one. They were all divine skills, but they were relatively low level. Most of them were between the 1st and 3rd levels. Lu Ming took a look and did not see any that were above the 4th level. Then, Lu Ming went to the 2nd level. The 2nd level was also filled with delay skills, but they were of a higher level. Many of them were level 4 or level 5 delay skills. Lu Ming looked around. Other than the delay skills, he did not find any other amazing techniques or secret skills. Lu Ming walked around and arrived at the 3rd level. On the 3rd floor, the number of divine skills was much less. They were all divine skills of the 6th or 7th tier. And NBSP, the value of such a divine skill was already astonishing. Normally, only advanced true DS or heavenly DS could cultivate it and unleash its power. Similarly, there were no secret skills or divine arts on this floor. Lu Ming's goal was not the divine skill. He shook his head and went to the 4th level. The collection on the 4th floor was even less. However, they were all divine skills of the 7th and 8th levels, and there were only a few dozen of them. Great Sun the technique. All of a sudden, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He had finally found a divine technique. This divine technique was called the Great Sun Divine Technique. It was also a king-grade divine technique and had more mystical points than the Ice Divine Technique. The Great Sun Divine Power cultivated from it was also stronger than the Ice Divine Power. Finally, there's a divine technique. Lu Ming was overjoyed and looked through them one by one. He saw more than a dozen king-grade divine arts and techniques, all of which could cultivate king-grade divine power. Each of them had their own mysteries. However, the points required to exchange for it were shockingly high. The lowest required 1,000 points, while the highest required 5,000 points. 1,000 points were equivalent to 10 million divine gems. For example, the Great Sun Shen technique required 3,000 points. They're really valuable. Even if I use up all my divine crystals, I can't even exchange for a few. Lu Ming sighed. After watching for a while, Lu Ming was not in a hurry to make a move. He looked at the 5th level. If a king-grade wondrous art had appeared on the 4th floor, what kind of treasure would appear on the 5th floor? Would there be a saint-grade divine art? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He then stepped onto the 5th level. 9-fold divine skill and a secret technique. There were even fewer delay skills on the 5th floor, only a dozen or so. Moreover, the points required for each step were shockingly high. 300,000 points. Even the cheapest level 9 divine skill cost 300,000 points, which was equivalent to 3 billion divine gems. Not to mention a true D, even a heavenly D would find it difficult to take out so many divine crystals. Lu Ming gasped. He could only look at the number of points. Next, Lu Ming looked at a few secret skills. Amazing, truly amazing. At one glance, Lu Ming could not help but sigh, his eyes burning with passion. Secret techniques were different from divine skills. Secret skills had all kinds of mysteries. Once they were successfully cultivated, they would accompany the cultivator for the rest of his life and would improve as the cultivator's cultivation level increased. For example, there were some secret skills that, after cultivation, would increase one's combat power by several times when they were used. This was somewhat similar to the battle formula. However, the battle formula was even more mysterious. Some secret skills, after cultivation, would have all kinds of strange effects, and their power was even more shocking than divine skills. However, there were too few secret skills, and many of them had very harsh conditions to cultivate. Therefore, very few people had successfully cultivated a secret skill. The 5th floor contained a few secret techniques, but there was very little introduction, only a few strokes. However, the marked price made Lu Ming gasp. The cheapest secret skill cost 100,000 points, and the most expensive one cost 2 million points. Chapter 2690 News about Yuexin. Lu Ming was completely speechless. Originally, he had made a fortune this time and thought that he had become a rich man. Now, he found that he was still poor. It's a pity that there aren't any saint-grade divine skills. Lu Ming looked through the books but did not see any divine-grade techniques. He shook his head in pity. The saint-grade divine art was the Kong Xian sect's divine art. Only a few people had the right to cultivate it, so it was normal that there were no such people here. I'd better exchange for a few king-grade divine arts and techniques to cultivate first. Lu Ming thought to himself. As for divine skills, he had the 9-fold crimson gold armor and the 3 apocalyptic strikes, which were enough for now. He didn't need to exchange for anything else. As for the secret skills, although Lu Ming was very excited, the price was too expensive. He could not afford to exchange for them and could only give up. However, he didn't have enough points on him now. He had to go and exchange some points first, then come here to exchange for the king-grade divine skill. Lu Ming left the scriptures depository and went to the points exchange area. He took out 150 million divine crystals and exchanged them for 15,000 points. Then, he went to the scriptures depository again. This is the Golden Dragon Divine Technique and this is the Great Sun Divine Technique. Lu Ming had his eyes on the 2 divine techniques. The Golden Dragon Divine Technique required 5,000 points, and the Great Sun Divine Technique required 3,000 points. Lu Ming decided to exchange for these 2 temporarily. Senior, I want to exchange for a king-grade divine skill. Lu Ming said to an elder when they arrived at the main entrance of the scripture chamber. Exchange for divine techniques? The price of a king-grade wondrous technique is not cheap. Which one do you want to exchange for? The old man sized up the interior and revealed a trace of curiosity. Lu Ming's cultivation level could not be hidden from him. He could tell at a glance that Lu Ming was at the 4th level of the Void D realm. How could an ethereal D realm 4th level cultivator have so many points to exchange for a Kinggrade technique? Senior, I would like to exchange for the Golden Dragon Divine Technique and the Great Sun Divine Technique. Lu Ming nodded. What? You want to exchange for 2? The old man was truly shocked. Then he said with a straight face, Kid, you only need to cultivate 1 Kinggrade Wondrous Technique. It's useless to exchange for 2. I know that I don't exchange for it for my own cultivation. There's one that I exchange for others. Lu Ming said. Of course, he couldn't say that he had cultivated it himself. Alright, since that's the case, I won't say anything more. These 2 divine techniques are a total of 8,000 points. The old man said, Senior, this is my ident. 1. Tai token. Lu Ming Pies, said his ident. 1. Tai token to the old man. The old man took it and swiped it on an array disk. 8,000 points were immediately deducted. This little guy actually has so many points. The old man was also slightly surprised and then said, Wait for me here. I'll go get the 2 divine techniques. The old man stood up and entered the scripture chamber. Not long after, he came back with 2 scrolls and handed them to Lu Ming. They were the 2 divine techniques. Lu Ming was overjoyed as he kept it. He left the sutra library and headed straight for the Divine Pulse Tower. After entering the Divine Pulse Tower, Lu Ming devoted himself to the cultivation of the 2 divine techniques. These 2 divine techniques were indeed more profound than the Ice D technique. The Shen power cultivated would also be stronger. Of course, the difficulty of cultivation was also greater. Lu Ming spent a few months and successfully cultivated 2 divine fires. However, the divine flame was rather dim and needed time to slowly strengthen. Time flew by. Lu Ming had been in the Divine Pulse Tower for 5 years. After 5 years, Lu Ming had finally cultivated the 2 divine flames to the size of the divine flames of domination. Moreover, when the 2 divine flames were cultivated to the size of the divine flames of domination, Lu Ming actually broke through in one go and his cultivation level rose to 5th level Void D level. My ability to challenge those of higher cultivation levels is much stronger than before. Lu Ming smiled. Now, if he used his ruler's divine power, the other divine powers would fuse with it, and when it exploded, its power would be even more astonishing. I've been cultivating for so long, let's go out for a walk. Lu Ming smiled. He ended his cultivation and walked out of the Divine Pulse Tower. After staying for such a long time, Lu Ming's points had decreased by nearly 2,000 points. In addition to the points that he exchanged for the wondrous techniques, Lu Ming only had about 5,000 points left from the 15,000 points that he had exchanged. This is the inner sect area. I can ask around about the Yuexin that the ancestor of technique is looking for. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Back then, the ancestor of technique had given him a dagger and asked him to bring it to Yuexin. In the past, Lu Ming was in the outer sect area and could not find it at all. However, now that Lu Ming could freely enter and exit the inner sect area, he could search for it. Who are you looking for? Lu Ming pondered and his eyes suddenly lit up. He thought of Yu Linglong. Lu Ming immediately took out his voice transmission jade talisman and sent a message to Yu Linglong. To his surprise, he received a reply not long after. Yu Linglong told him to wait for her outside the Divine Pulse Tower, and she would be there in a while. Not long after, a ray of light flew over and a figure landed in front of Lu Ming. You actually took so long to contact me? Yu Linglong cast a sidelong glance at Lu Ming. I've been so busy with cultivation that I forgot. Lu Ming smiled awkwardly. Why are you looking for me now? Yu Linglong asked, blinking her eyes. I want to ask you about someone. I don't know anyone in the inner sect, so I'm asking you first. Lu Ming said. I knew you were looking for me. Tell me, who do you want to know? I know everything in the inner court. You've found the right person to ask me about it. Yu Linglong said smugly. I want to ask, do you know this person called Yuexin? Lu Ming asked. Yuexin? Yu Linglong's eyes suddenly widened. She took a few careful glances at Lu Ming and asked curiously, "Why are you looking for Yuexin? Are you her illegitimate child?" Towards the end of her sentence, Yu Linglong's eyes lit up as if she had discovered something new. Lu Ming was speechless. What was this girl thinking? Please don't make wild guesses. I'm only here to find Yuexin on someone's request. Yu Linglong said. You're really not an illegitimate child? Yu Linglong seemed unwilling to give up and asked again. Lu Ming's eyelids kept twitching. He held it in for a while and gritted his teeth. Absolutely not. Oh, then why did someone ask you to look for Yuexin? Yu Linglong asked again. Bring an item and a word. Lu Ming said. Oh, could the person who entrusted you to be Yuexin's old lover? Yu Linglong blinked her eyes. The fire of gossip was burning. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This girl was right. However, his expression did not change as he said, I don't know about that. You've been asking so many questions. Do you know who Yuexin is? Of course I know. Yuexin is my aunt. How can I not know? Yu Linglong pouted. Chapter 2691 Saint Grade Divine Art, Aunt. Lu Ming was flabbergasted. He had never expected that the Yuexin that the ancestor of technique was looking for was actually Yu Linglong's aunt. This was too much of a coincidence. Is she really your aunt? Lu Ming asked again. He felt that this problem lady was not very reliable. Of course it's my aunt. If you don't believe me, I'll take you to her now. Yu Linglong pouted, her face full of pride. She turned around and flew off in a certain direction. Lu Ming hurriedly followed. In the inner court of Kongxian sect, there were a few huge mountain ranges that were intertwined with each other. There were countless strange peaks and it was vast and boundless. They flew for a while, and Yu Linglong flew towards a mountain peak. At the peak of the mountain, clouds and mist lingered, and flowers bloomed. It was a beautiful sight. In the distance, a bamboo forest could be seen. In front of the bamboo forest was a lake, and in the middle of the bamboo forest and the lake was a building. At this moment, in a pavilion by the lake, a woman was sprinkling some golden grains into the lake. Immediately, golden carps jumped out of the lake and fought for the grains. Aunt! Yu Linglong shouted from afar. The woman turned around and revealed her face. What a beautiful woman! Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The woman looked to be in her 30s, but she was still as beautiful as ever. She was a rare beauty. This is Yuexin? Lu Ming had a thought. It's you, girl. Why did you think of coming here today? The woman said with a smile. Aunt, I miss you. I'm here to see you. Yu Linglong said with a smile. I still don't know you well, girl. Tell me, why have you come to find me? The woman said. It was obvious that this woman was Yuexin. Aunt, I'm really here to see you. I'm here to do a small thing. Yu Linglong stuck out her tongue guiltily. She then looked at Lu Ming and said, It's him, he said he has something to tell you. Is there something you need me for? Yuexin looked at Lu Ming curiously. May I ask if you are Yuexin, senior? Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, That's right. I'm Yuexin. Why are you looking for me? Yuexin said, Senior, it's like this. I was entrusted with a task to bring you something. Lu Ming took out the dagger that the ancestor of technique had given him. This is... At the sight of the dagger Lu Ming took out, Yuexin's delicate body trembled. Her eyes were filled with complicated emotions as she reminisced about the past. After a long time, Yuexin let out a long sigh and said, Is the person who gave you the dagger called Fa Ming? Not bad. Lu Ming nodded. What else did he say? Yuexin asked again. He said that he was the one who let you down. Lu Ming repeated the ancestor of technique's words. Yuexin's body trembled even more, and her eyes became misty. After a long time, she sighed again and said, He didn't do anything wrong. I did him wrong. The next time you see him, tell him this. He'll keep this dagger. Go. In the end, Yuexin took the dagger, waved her hand, and walked toward a house. Her figure was a little lonely. What's going on? Lu Ming felt that things were a little complicated. Lu Ming, what happened? What's going on? It seems that my guess was right. It was indeed Ant's old lover who came to find you. After Yuexin left, the fire of gossip burned in Yu Linglong's eyes. She stared at Lu Ming curiously. Let's go, we'll talk after we leave, Lu Ming said and walked outside. Yu Linglong followed closely behind and asked a bunch of questions. I finally know. Back then, grandfather wanted Ant to get married, but Ant seemed to be unwilling. In the end, she even caused quite a big storm. Yu Linglong said. Your aunt is married? Lu Ming was stunned. Yeah, it caused quite a stir back then, but my grandfather managed to suppress it in the end. However, I only heard about it because I wasn't even born at that time, Yu Linglong said. No wonder. Lu Ming finally understood why Yuexin said that she was the one who had let the ancestor of technique down. The ancestor of technique had always missed Yuexin, but Yuexin was already married. AI. Lu Ming also sighed. He did not know how to tell the ancestor of technique about this the next time he saw him. This was the reality, and reality was so helpless. Lu Ming shook his head and put this matter aside. He had already fulfilled his promise to the ancestor of technique. As for other things, he could not do anything about it. By the way, I have something to ask you. Do you know how to cultivate the Saint-grade divine technique of the Kong-Xian sect? Lu Ming asked. You want to cultivate a Saint-grade divine art? This will be a little difficult. First, you'll have to enter the true D stage and become an inner sect disciple. Then, you'll have to display your top talent and pass a series of tests to prove that you're loyal to the Kong-Xian sect and not a spy sent by other sections. Only then will you be taught. Yu Linglong said. It's so difficult. Lu Ming was speechless. It's just that difficult. You should know that there are only 2 divine grade techniques in the entire Kong-Xian sect. As the sect's treasure, the conditions for learning the complete divine grade technique are too harsh. At most, you can only learn the incomplete one, Yu Linglong said. Incomplete? Where can I learn something incomplete? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. When he cultivated other divine techniques, he did not need a complete one. Even an incomplete one would do. He only needed to cultivate a wisp of Shen power. You can exchange for it in the Sutra library. You just have to ask the elders who guard the Sutra library. However, the price is shockingly high. There are 12 levels to the Saint-grade divine skill. The first level costs 50,000 points, and the second level costs 100,000 points. The price keeps on doubling. The point is that it's not very useful without a complete one, Yu Linglong said. I can exchange for it. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He did not need the complete one at all. He only needed the first level. After cultivating the first level, he would be able to cultivate a wisp of divine power and light the divine fire. This was enough for Lu Ming. But then he sighed. The first level already required 50,000 points. This price was simply outrageously high. Even if he exchanged all his remaining D crystals for points, he would only get a little more than 10,000 points. He was still far from enough. Kong-Xian sect, where can I earn points? Lu Ming asked again. The place to earn points is, of course, the mission hall. The sect will issue a series of missions. As long as you complete the missions inside, you can get points. However, I suggest that you don't take any missions. It's not worth it, Yu Linglong said. Why? Lu Ming asked. That's because there's a level limit to the missions you can take on. You're an outer disciple now, so you can only take on the lowest level of missions. Those missions are usually time-consuming and laborious, and the rewards are very low. Many of them only reward 1 point, 2 points, and no more than 10 points, Yu Linglong said. Lu Ming was speechless. He only got 1 or 2 points for a mission. How long would it take him to get 50,000 points? Chapter 2692 Opportunity to earn points. However, if you want to earn points quickly, you'll soon have a once-in-lifetime opportunity. Yu Linglong suddenly smiled. What chance? Lu Ming asked. The Dark Dragon's Secret Realm. In a few days, the Dark Dragon's Secret Realm will open. As long as we enter the Dark Dragon's Secret Realm and obtain some treasures, we will be able to exchange them for a large number of points, Yu Linglong said. Dark Dragon's secret realm? Lu Ming was curious. This was the first time he had heard of it. That's right. The Dark Dragon's secret realm only opens once every 100,000 years. Moreover, only those below the true D realm can enter. Therefore, this is a heaven for the outer disciples. At that time, all the powerful outer disciples will enter. There are two main types of treasures in the Dark Dragon's secret realm. One is the Dark Dragon Beast, and the other is the Dragon Bone Flower. As long as you get the heart of the Dark Dragon Beast or the Dragon Bone of the Dragon Bone Flower, you can exchange it for a large number of points. In the past, a heart of a beast or a dragon bone of the Dragon Bone Flower could be exchanged for 100 points. Yu Linglong said. 100 points. Lu Ming was shocked. 100 points were equivalent to 1 million divine gems. This price was extremely shocking. If he could get 100 beast cores or 100 dragon bones from the Dragon Bone Flower, he would have 10,000 points. If it was 500, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. If that was the case, he would have enough points to exchange for the first stage of the divine grade technique. Yeah, the reward is so amazing that even many inner disciples are jealous, but they can't get in. Let me tell you, on the outer virtual D ranking list, there are actually many people who could have reached the true D realm a long time ago, but they have been suppressing their cultivation, waiting for the Dark Dragon's secret land that only happens once every 100,000 years. This is a good opportunity to make a lot of money. How is it? It will open in 3 days. Do you want to go together? Yu Linglong said. Yes, of course I'm going. Lu Ming said. He would be a fool not to go. Then let's wait for a few days. We'll go in a few days. Yu Linglong said. Then, the two of them went to the Divine Pulse Tower and cultivated for a few days. 3 days later, Lu Ming and Yu Linglong flew out of the inner sect area and headed toward the outer sect area. The entrance to the Dark Dragon's secret realm was located in a huge palace in the outer gate area. This palace was usually closed. It would only open when the Dark Dragon's secret realm was about to open. In the past few days, Lu Ming had gained a more detailed understanding of the Dark Dragon's secret realm. The primeval universe was vast and boundless. It was the greater world and the most perfect and stable world. Around it, there would be some small kiliacosm, such as the Heaven Realm and the Primordial Realm. At the same time, there would also be some mystic realms. These secret lands were of a higher level than many small kiliacosm, and they were closely attached to the primal universe. The beings of the small kiliacosm could only reach the demi-D realm. If they wanted to continue, they had to enter the primal universe. However, some secret realms could give birth to DS or even stronger existences. The Dark Dragon's secret realm was one such secret realm. When Lu Ming and Yu Linglong arrived, they discovered that there was already a sea of people outside the palace. Countless outer sect disciples had gathered. It's Lu Ming. Many people recognized Lu Ming the moment he arrived. Back then, Lu Ming had made a name for himself by defeating 3 geniuses on the virtual D ranking list in a row. His reputation had long spread in the outer sect. This brat also wants to enter the Dark Dragon's secret realm. That's good. They'll get rid of him in there. Some people snorted coldly in their hearts, their eyes like cold lightning. Moreover, there were many people who had such thoughts. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. And NBSP at this moment, several white-haired elders flew over from the distance and descended before the palace. The inner sect elder is here. The door is about to open. Many people were excited. Many of them could break through to the true D realm, but they had to stay at the peak of ethereal D realm. They were waiting for the Dark Dragon's secret land to open so that they could get some benefits. A total of 3 inner sect elders landed in front of the palace gate. Then, they waved their palms with divine power and 3 rays of divine power struck the palace gate. Boom, boom, boom. The palace's door glowed and rumbled as it slowly opened. However, there was still a layer of light barrier on the door. In the Dark Dragon's secret realm, the Dark Dragon Beast and the Dragon Bone Flower are both very powerful. Those with weak cultivation and insufficient combat strength will not only fail to obtain the beast core and dragon bone, but will also die. Therefore, only those who can break through this light screen can enter the Dark Dragon's secret realm. Now you can all go. Remember, you only have 3 months. After 3 months, you must return to this place. Otherwise, you will be locked up inside. An inner court elder announced. Let's go. Immediately, a group of outer sect disciples rushed to the gate. The gate was 100 meters tall and dozens of meters wide. It could easily accommodate hundreds of people. Boom, boom. The group of outer sect disciples each launched a powerful attack, bombarding the light shield of the gate, causing it to shake violently. However, most of the people were blocked. Only a few people managed to break through the light shield and enter it. They disappeared in a flash. I don't believe it. Someone roared and used his strongest combat power, but he still couldn't break the light shield. You're a piece of trash. Don't block the way. Behind them, other people rushed over and shouted loudly. Their divine power rolled out, wanting to blast away the people in front. You're the useless one. The person in front was furious and brazenly attacked. However, after exchanging a blow with the person behind him, he spat out a large mouthful of blood and crashed into the light barrier. His face turned pale. Dongfang Hao, the man's face was pale. The one who had attacked him was Dongfang Hao. Trash, get lost, shut up. Dongfang Hao snorted coldly. He struck out a palm, which pierced through the light screen and entered the hall. Those who can't break the light shield, get out of the way. Don't block the way. An inner elder's voice rang out. With a wave of his hand, waves of energy rolled out and sent those who could not break the light shield flying. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. There were people constantly moving forward, breaking the light shield and entering the hall. Anyone with the combat strength of a 9th level Void D realm can break it. At this moment, Lu Ming had already seen through the trick. As long as one had the combat strength of a 9th level Void D realm martial artist, they would be able to break the light shield. Lu Ming, let's go in quickly. Yu Linglong cried out and flew forward. Lu Ming followed suit and came to the front of the light shield of the door. Yu Linglong waved her palm, and the light shield collapsed like a wave. With a flash, she entered the light shield. Lu Ming threw a punch, penetrating the light shield and entering it. Behind the door was a huge, empty hall. In the middle of the hall was a huge black vortex. This was the entrance to the Dark Dragon's secret realm. The two of them dashed into the vortex in a flash. The world spun around them. The next moment, Lu Ming realized that he had appeared on a piece of yellow land with Yu Linglong by his side. Let's go and hunt for the Nether Dragon Beast and the Dragon Bone Flower. 3 months will pass this in the blink of an eye, Yu Linglong said. The two of them turned into a rainbow light and flew into the distance. Chapter 2693 Powerful Combat Power. The Yu Long's secret realm was vast and boundless. Lu Ming did not know how big it was, but he felt that it was at least much bigger than the Heaven Realm, the Primordial Realm, and the Evil D Realm combined. The two of them flew for a few hours, but they did not encounter anything. What they saw was a vast expanse of yellow earth. The two of us are too unlucky. When we entered, we were actually teleported to this yellow land. This yellow land is completely barren, and there are no nether dragon beasts or dragon bone flowers. Yu Linglong said with a bitter face. Lu Ming was a little depressed, but he had no choice but to hurry along with his bad luck. After flying for another 2 hours, mountain peaks gradually appeared in front of them. Roars could be heard from the mountains. It's the Nether Dragon! Yu Linglong's eyes lit up. The two of them increased their speed and flew toward the mountain peak. However, at this moment, streaks of light also appeared from other directions, flying towards the same mountain peaks. They were the other outer sect disciples. Lu Ming swept his gaze and discovered more than 10 people. Let's increase our speed, Yu Linglong shouted as she circulated her divine power. It was as if she was covered in a layer of 7-colored light. Boom, At this moment, a few powerful auras came from the sky. The pressure was like a tide, pressing in all directions, shrouding Lu Ming and some other outer sect disciples. It was extremely overbearing. Then 2 young people, a man and a woman, descended and blocked in front of everyone. The nether dragon in this area belongs to the 2 of us. You guys can leave, the man said coldly. He glanced at Lu Ming and the rest with an arrogant look. Moreover, his tone was full of threat. It was as if the others had to do as he said. It's Lu Yang who's ranked 35th and Xianxia who's ranked 37th on the virtual G.O.D. ranking. Someone exclaimed as he recognized the 2 of them. How can we be so unlucky to have met the 2 of them the moment we arrived? It seems that we can only leave. The other outer sect disciples' faces were ugly, but they were also filled with helplessness. Those who could enter the Dark Dragon's secret realm were all at the 9th level of ethereal G.O.D. realm. However, he only had the combat strength of a 9th level ethereal G.O.D. realm expert. Compared to the supreme talents on the ethereal G.O.D. realm, he was still far from them. Especially the top 50 on the virtual G.O.D. ranking list. Each of them had amazing combat strength and could survive against a LV1 true G.O.D. expert. It was said that the top 30 Heaven's favorites could even fight against a first-stage true G.O.D. Although Lu Yang and Xianxia were only ranked 35th and 37th, they were a couple and were good at joint attacks. If they joined forces, they could fight against the top 30 Heaven's Pride experts. Normal 9th level Void G.O.D. realm experts were far weaker than them. The other outer sect disciples also slowly retreated, despite their unwillingness. However, Lu Ming and Yu Linglong did not retreat at all. Why aren't you guys leaving? Lu Yang looked at Lu Ming and Yu Linglong, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Retreat? Why should we retreat? Since we've encountered the Nether Dragon, we'll have to rely on our own abilities to obtain the Nether Dragon's beast core. Lu Ming said indifferently. Kid, you're very confident. Lu Yang's gaze turned even colder. He said, the Dark Dragon's secret realm is no longer within the sect. Killing is not forbidden. Do you understand? This was a blatant threat. His meaning was obvious. If Lu Ming did not retreat, he would stay here forever. You talk too much nonsense. Either get lost or attack. Lu Ming stepped forward and berated him directly. He could not be bothered to waste his breath on the other party. He did not have much time. A Dark Dragon core or the Dragon Bone of the Dragon Bone Flower were both points and money. If Lu Ming wanted to exchange for the Divine Grade technique, he would have to wait for a few months. He did not have time to waste with the other party. You're looking for death. Lu Yang shouted coldly. He pointed his finger at Lu Ming like a sword. A beam of sword light burst out from his finger. It was incomparably sharp. It let out a terrifying howl and charged towards Lu Ming. Boom. Lu Ming threw a punch. His divine energy was boiling and it hit Lu Yang's finger. Gotcha. Lu Yang's fingers were broken and twisted into a twisted shape. His face turned into the color of a pig's liver. With a blood-curdling scream, he retreated and spat out a mouthful of blood. What? The other outer sect disciples who had already retreated opened their mouths wide in shock when they saw this scene. After the clash, Lu Yang was actually the one who was defeated. I recognize him. It's Lu Ming. He's Lu Ming. Someone shouted. What? He's Lu Ming, the one who defeated Dongfang Hao, Huang Chengan, and the Scorpion Tiger in succession? That's right, it's him. Terrifying. It's only been a few years, and he's gotten stronger again. The others exclaimed. You are Lu Ming. Lu Yang's expression was extremely ferocious as he stared at Lu Ming. Get lost. Lu Ming shouted coldly. Alright, I'd like to see what you're capable of. Xianxia, let's join forces. Lu Yang called out. Alright. In a flash, Xianxia appeared beside Lu Yang. Buzz. Buzz. 2 sword hums resounded. Lu Yang and Xianxia unsheathed their swords. 2 beams of sword light shot up into the sky. Then, the 2 beams of sword light intertwined and charged towards Lu Ming. The sword momentum was continuous, and the power was astonishing. The two of them were much stronger than the scorpion tiger back then. However, Lu Ming's combat strength was not what it used to be. In the past few years, he had cultivated 3 king-grade divine techniques and cultivated 3 divine flames. His divine power had increased by a large margin. In addition, his cultivation had already broken through to the 5th level of the Void G.O.D realm, so he was much stronger than when he had fought Xie Hu and the others. Buzz. Lu Ming took out his long spear and swept it out. This spear attack didn't use the 3 apocalyptic strikes. It only used an incomplete divine skill. The spear radiance and the sword radiance collided with each other in an intense battle. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of the collision was like a thunderclap. After more than 10 consecutive collisions, Lu Yang and Xianxia retreated 1,000 meters before they stopped. The two of them were pale and blood kept flowing out of the corners of their mouths. A hole had appeared on both of their bodies, and it was clear that they had been pierced by Lu Ming's long spear. This time I'll let you go. Get lost. Lu Ming shouted coldly. Lu Yang's and Xianxia's expressions were ugly. However, there was deep shock in their eyes. They understood that they were not Lu Ming's match at all. Let's go. The two of them turned into 2 streaks of light and left. He's so strong. Lu Ming is so strong. Lu Yang and Xianxia joined forces, but they are not his match. It's only been 5 or 6 years, but his strength has improved greatly again. I'm afraid his current combat strength can rank in the top 30, no, even the top 20 of the virtual G.O.D level. The outer sect disciples who had witnessed the fight between Lu Ming and Xianxia from Lu Yang were all in shock. You want to stay here and compete with me? At that moment, Lu Ming's gaze swept across the outer sect disciples. The outer sect disciples' expressions changed. What a joke! Competing with Lu Ming? Was he not courting death? Immediately, they all flew away with their tails between their legs. Chapter 2694 Nether Dragon's Weakness. Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Yu Linglong looked at Lu Ming, her face filled with shock. Although she knew that Lu Ming was not weak, she did not expect him to be this powerful. Let's go and hunt the Nether Dragon. Lu Ming smiled and flew toward the mountains. Roar! When the two of them neared the mountain peaks, a few Nether Dragon beasts appeared. The Nether Dragon beast looked like a tiger. It was 5 meters tall and 10 meters long. Its body was covered in pitch-black scales. There were 2 dragon horns on its head, and it had a wild aura. The Nether Dragon beasts roared and stomped their hind legs, turning into a few black streams of light that pounced toward Lu Ming and Yu Linglong. So fast! Lu Ming's heart trembled. He shook his long spear and stabbed a few times in succession. A few spear lights pierced through the 3 Nether Dragon beasts' foreheads. Ding, ding, ding. The long spear struck the Nether Dragon beasts' foreheads, producing a metallic clang and sparks flying in all directions. The 3 Nether Dragon beasts were forced to retreat by Lu Ming's attack. However, Lu Ming also felt a huge wave of energy surging along the long spear, shaking his arm until it was slightly numb. What shocking strength! Lu Ming was slightly shocked. He could sense that these Nether Dragon beasts were all at the 9th level of the Void G.O.D realm, but they were shockingly powerful. Given Lu Ming's current abilities, there were not many virtual G.O.D level powerhouses who could make his arm numb. What shocked Lu Ming even more was that after the 3 Nether Dragon beasts were forced back, they shook their heads and were completely fine. What an amazing defense! If it were any other 9th level Void G.O.D level wild beast, it would definitely have a few more holes in it and die on the spot after being stabbed by Lu Ming's spear. The 3 Nether Dragon beasts roared. Then, a few more Nether Dragon beasts appeared from the mountains. They were filled with killing intent as they pounced. Kill! Lu Ming charged over as well. He circulated his ruler's divine power with all his might. The 4 divine flames in his body burned fiercely. The 3 types of king-grade divine power merged with the ruler's divine power, bursting forth with astonishing power. The nether dragon beast howled and clawed at Lu Ming with its blade-like claws. The wind whistled and it was extremely terrifying. Bang, bang, bang. The two sides continued to clash. Lu Ming was still stronger. His long spear struck the three nether dragon beasts, and 15 layers of strength continued to burst forth, sending the three nether dragon beasts flying. However, after the nether dragon was sent flying, it shook its head and body as if nothing had happened. This strength, Lu Ming was shocked. The nether dragon beast's abilities had completely exceeded his expectations. It was no wonder that the inner sect elders had said that the nether dragon beast core, the dragon bone flower, was very powerful and that only those who had broken through the light screens could enter. Lu Ming concluded that even if they had the combat strength of a 9th level ethereal D realm, they were far from being a match for the nether dragon beast. To kill the nether dragon beast, at least many people had to work together. On the other side, Yu Linglong was also fighting with a few nether dragon beasts. A soft whip appeared in Yu Linglong's hand. As she waved the soft whip, the sky was filled with whip shadows, trapping the nether dragon beasts in the middle. What powerful strength! Yu Linglong's abilities had also exceeded Lu Ming's expectations. Yu Linglong's cultivation base was at 9th tier virtual D level, but Lu Ming felt that Yu Linglong was not weaker than many of the top talents on the virtual D ranking list. However, Yu Linglong's status was not ordinary. She was not an outer sect disciple, but lived directly in the inner sect. Kongxian sect had many such examples. Many of the descendants of the important figures were directly trained in the inner sect and would not join the outer sect. Naturally, they would not enter the void D rank, but their strength was still very shocking. The nether dragon beast let out a furious roar as it was continuously sent flying by Lu Ming. Its murderous aura soared to the sky, and a layer of black flames covered its body. It glared at Lu Ming, then pounced at him again. Boom, boom, boom. The two sides engaged in an intense battle. However, the nether dragon beast's defense was too shocking. To us. By Lu Ming's attacks continuously, but it seemed to be fine. Lu Ming could not break through its defense at all. In terms of strength, Lu Ming could easily crush the nether dragon beasts, but he could not break through their defenses and was difficult to kill. That's not right. There must be a weakness somewhere. As long as we can find that weakness, we'll be able to kill it. Lu Ming's mind was racing. If there were no flaws, then how did the people who entered 100,000 or 200,000 years ago kill them? If they could not even kill Lu Ming, then there would not be many people below the true D level who could. At the thought of this, Lu Ming began to probe. The spear was thrust at different parts of the nether dragon beast. Finally, after hundreds of attempts, Lu Ming finally found the nether dragon beast's weakness. Lu Ming's spear pierced through the nether dragon's neck. The nether dragon roared as blood flowed out of its body. It then fell to the ground, twitched a few times, and died. The neck was the nether dragon beast's vital point. Yu Linglong attacked their necks. Lu Ming shouted, "Buzz!" and NBSP whoosh. Yu Linglong's attack changed. The soft whip became hard and stabbed out like a long spear. The soft whip pierced into the neck of one of the nether dragon beasts, killing it. As expected, it's the neck. Yu Linglong was very excited and launched a frenzied counterattack. At the same time, Lu Ming also launched his attacks. He thrust his spear forward continuously. Although the nether dragon beasts tried their best to dodge, they could not do so and were killed by Lu Ming one by one. On the other side, Yu Linglong had also killed the last two nether dragon beasts. And NBSP, the two of them then dug out a few beast cores from the nether dragon's chest. There were a total of 6 beast cores, 3 for each person. This kind of beast core could be used to refine divine pills. It was very useful and could even help true DS and celestial DS. Otherwise, it would not have been so expensive. Lu Ming was overjoyed. 1 beast core was equivalent to 100 points, which was equivalent to 1,000,000 divine crystals. Let's go, continue. Lu Ming's eyes were burning with pause. Xian. He flew forward with Yu Linglong. Roar. They hadn't flown very far when they heard a series of roars coming from ahead. There were at least a dozen nether dragon beasts leaping through the mountains and running toward them. We didn't go looking for you, but you delivered yourself to our door. You've come at the right time. Lu Ming laughed and charged at the nether dragon beasts. The nether dragon beast was powerful and its strength was shocking. However, since it knew its weakness, it was not too difficult for Lu Ming to deal with it given his combat strength. Lu Ming and Yu Linglong joined forces and killed more than 10 nether dragon beasts before long. Each of them obtained 7 pieces. In addition to the 3 pieces from before, he had a total of 10 pieces. If he exchanged them for points, he would have 1,000 points. 1,000 points could be exchanged for a slightly inferior king-grade wondrous technique. The speed at which he was earning points made Lu Ming feel extremely carefree. Of course, they were only able to achieve this speed because they were powerful cultivators who had killed the nether dragon. If it were anyone else, it would be impossible for them to achieve this speed. Even if a normal 9th level ethereal D realm outer sect disciple knew the nether dragon beast's weakness, they would need many people to kill it. If he were to encounter more than 10 nether dragons at once, he would not be able to deal with them at all and could only escape. Chapter 2695 Little Overlord, Mad Dao. In just a short while, he had obtained 1,000 nether dragon beast core. This made Lu Ming very excited. He was about to continue forward with Yu Linglong to kill more nether dragons. Boom. Suddenly, a powerful pressure descended from the sky. It was filled with a domineering aura. Then, a few young men slowly descended from the sky. Huang Chengan. Lu Ming squinted his eyes slightly. There were 3 young men in total. One of them was Huang Chengan, who was ranked 98th on the virtual D ranking back then. Of course, after Lu Ming defeated 3 people in a row and the 51st ranked Scorpion Tiger, Huang Chengan's ranking had dropped by 1 to 99. Lu Ming was not concerned about Huang Chengan but the other 2, especially the youth in black armor. This black-armored young man had a strong and tall figure. His entire body was covered in black armor, even his palms were covered by the black armor. Only his head was exposed, and he was filled with an overbearing aura. Kuang Dao, it's the little tyrant Kuang Dao. Yu Linglong exclaimed in surprise when she saw the youth in black armor. It's him! Lu Ming's heart was moved. During this period of time, he had gained some understanding of some of the people who were ranked at the top of the virtual D list. The little tyrant said madly. He was ranked 5th on the virtual D ranking list. This was an extremely terrifying figure. In the entire outer sect, the number of outer sect disciples who could suppress him could be counted on one hand. The top 10 on the virtual D ranking list all had shocking battle records and had defeated true D level existences before. This was terrifying. The Scorpion Tiger had only once escaped from the hands of a true D realm expert. It was completely different from being defeated. The difference was huge. It was said that the top 3 on the virtual D ranking list had the power to kill true D realm experts. He was even more amazing. The little tyrant said madly. Although he didn't have the strength to kill true D stage experts, he had defeated true D stage experts many times, so his battle strength was beyond doubt. You're Lu Ming, the one who killed many of my junior brothers from the transient light sect? Kuang Dao's eyes were like those of a ferocious beast. He stared at Lu Ming with cold killing intent. If people don't provoke me, I won't provoke them. If people provoke me, I'll kill them all, no matter who they are. Lu Ming responded indifferently. Hee, is that so? Kill them all? Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Kuang Dao's face turned even colder. The aura on his body exploded and a violent pressure, like a mountain, pressed down on Lu Ming. Buzz! Buzz! Huang Chengan and the other young man's figures flickered. They formed a triangular formation and surrounded Lu Ming and Yu Linglong in the middle to prevent them from escaping. Lu Ming, you fought so many people in a row in the life and death arena. I wasn't there at that time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have allowed you to be so arrogant. Another blue-robed youth said. This person was called Lan Shang, and she was also an expert on the virtual G.O.D rank. She was ranked 33rd on the virtual G.O.D rank. Talk too much. Don't you know that villains usually die because they talk too much? Lu Ming cast a cold glance at Lan Shang. You're looking for death. Senior brother Kuang Dao, leave this brat to me. Lan Shang's eyes were cold as a saber appeared in her hand. It was a pity that they did not know that Lu Ming had already defeated Lu Yang and Fang Ya. Although Lu Yang and Fang Ya's ranking on the virtual G.O.D ranking list was slightly lower than Lan Chang's, their combined strength was definitely above Lan Chang's. If he knew, he would not be so confident. 10 heavenly blades, die? Lan Shang shouted coldly. Her saber chi soared into the sky, and a ray of blue saber light, crystal clear but full of terrifying power, slashed at Lu Ming. Buzz! Lu Ming's long spear shook and he pulled it out. Boom! 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 As the long spear lashed out, a violent explosion resounded in the heavens and earth. Then, the long spear struck Lan Shang's saber radiance. Lan Shang began to roar and wanted to break Lu Ming's spear radiance. However, the next moment, her eyes widened and she let out a shrill scream. Not only did he fail to break Lu Ming's spear radiance, but his own saber radiance was also shattered. The long spear struck Lan Shang's body with irresistible force. The blue-shirt man cried out in pain. His body flew out like a cannonball, leaving a long trail of air behind him before he crashed into a mountain peak. The mountain peak crumbled, and Lan Shang's body was lying among a pile of rocks. Her body twitched non-stop, and she was already half dead. What? Huang Chengan's eyes widened. He was almost scared to death. His body instinctively retreated. Even the eyes of the little tyrant narrowed as he spoke madly. Clearly, Lu Ming's combat strength had exceeded his expectations. Although Lan Shang's combat strength was far inferior to his, she was already one of the top powerhouses among virtual G.O.D level powerhouses. Now, she was actually half dead from Lu Ming's spear. So you have some strength. No wonder you're so arrogant. However, this bit of strength is still not enough in my hands. Kuang Dao spoke and his Shun power exploded. His tall figure seemed even more powerful. Boom! Kuang Dao stepped forward. His body was like a mountain, pressing down on Lu Ming. Let me see how strong you are, tyrannical divine fist. Kuang Dao roared. The black armor on his body burst out with a dazzling black light and he threw a punch at Lu Ming. His fist was wrapped in black armor. He threw a punch that was as heavy as a mountain at Lu Ming. Lu Ming was not afraid at all. He circulated his divine power with all his might. For divine flames burned fiercely in his dantian. His divine power gushed out and poured into the long spear. Then he shot out the spear. Boom! It was as if 2 meteors had exploded, and the sky rumbled as terrifying shockwaves spread out in all directions. Buzz! A figure retreated several dozen miles and stood in the void, breathing heavily. This figure was Kuang Dao. What? How is that possible? Huang Chengan's heart trembled in fear. Lu Ming's combat strength was simply shocking. Even Kuang Dao, who was ranked 5th on the virtual G.O.D ranking list, was forced to retreat by Lu Ming's attack. Kid, not bad. Your strength is not bad. Then take another move from me. Tyrannical divine fist. Fist rules the world. Kuang Dao let out a long howl and the aura on his body became even more terrifying. Then he threw a punch. A fist force, like a meteorite, rumbled towards Lu Ming. The terrifying force of the fist kept pressing down on Lu Ming from a long distance. Divine skill, peak stage 2. At a glance, Lu Ming could tell the level of mastery of the madman's divine skill. Kuang Dao's divine power was definitely at the top of the king-grade divine power and was very close to the divine-grade divine power. His divine skill had been cultivated to the peak of the 2nd stage. Together with his black armor, the power was shocking. With this punch, even someone like Lanshang would be killed. The first move of the 3 apocalyptic strikes, skybreaking. Lu Ming used the first move of the 3 apocalyptic strikes. Although the 3 apocalyptic strikes was only at the peak of the first stage, the power of the 3 apocalyptic strikes was already extremely strong. With the addition of the battle character formula, the explosive power was not weak at all. Buzz! A shooting star-like spear light burst out and collided with Kwang Dao's fist force. Boom! 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 An even more terrifying explosion was heard, and the violent force swept in all directions. Not good. Huang Qinggan's expression changed drastically as he retreated. Otherwise, he would have been injured by the scattered qi. Chapter 2696 Secret Technique that increases combat power in the sky, only a ma. S of black light and a ma. S of purple light could be seen, bombarding and colliding with each other. However, it only lasted for a few breaths before the black light suddenly retreated and shook violently. Bang! And NBSP in the end, the black light scattered, and Kwang Dao's tall and majestic body was sent flying. As he was thrown back, the surface of his body constantly emitted clanking sounds and sparks. This was Lu Ming's remaining energy bombarding the black armor on Kwang Dao's body. Boom! In the end, just like Lanshang, he crashed into a mountain. However, his situation was much better than Lanshang's. When he hit the mountain, he stomped on it with both legs. The mountain rumbled, cracked, and then exploded. Kwang Dao used the force of the stomp to rush into the sky again. However, at this moment, Kwang Dao looked a little embarrassed. His hair was disheveled and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. Cracks appeared on his black armor and blood was oozing out. How is that possible? How is this possible? On the side, Huang Qinggan was trembling in fear. He could not believe it. Kwang Dao was ranked 5th on the virtual G.O.D. ranking list. His combat strength had almost reached the peak of the virtual G.O.D. level and he had defeated many experts at the LV1 true G.O.D. realm. In the Kongxian sect, there were only a few virtual G.O.D. level powerhouses who could defeat Kwang Dao. But now, in the battle between Lu Ming and Kwang Dao, Lu Ming actually had the upper hand. The collision between the two ended with Kwang Dao being injured. Moreover, Lu Ming had only joined the sect a few years ago. His cultivation base was still far from peak stage virtual G.D. level. If Lu Ming's cultivation base were to be raised to peak stage virtual G.O.D. level, how terrifying would his combat strength be? This mad Daoist does have some strength. Looking at Kwang Dao, who was not far away, Lu Ming had a thought. Given Lu Ming's current combat strength, he could kill an ordinary 9th level ethereal G.O.D. realm cultivator in one move. However, his attack just now was blocked by Kwang Dao. However, Lu Ming knew that the madman had not used his full strength. The fighting power that Madpath had displayed so far was not enough for him to defeat a Real G.O.D. Even if they were ordinary true G.O.D.s. You must have some trump cards that you haven't used yet. Use them all. Otherwise, you're not my match. Lu Ming said faintly. He was looking forward to seeing how powerful the 5th virtual G.O.D. on the virtual G.O.D. list would be if he went all out. That was because he hadn't used his full strength either. The battle formula hadn't been activated yet, either doubling or tripling his combat power. Lu Ming, it seems that I've really underestimated you. Your abilities are beyond my expectations. Now you'll have to suffer all my wrath. Kwang Dao's eyes flickered with madness. His thick anger was about to spread out. He didn't know how many years it had been since a Void G.O.D. realm expert had forced him into this state. In the Kongxian sect, there were only a few virtual G.O.D. level powerhouses who were stronger than him. He did not usually fight with those few people, and he was almost invincible among virtual G.O.D. level powerhouses. However, Lu Ming had made him bleed. He wanted to pay him back tenfold or even hundredfold. Chaos! Suddenly, Kwang Dao roared and his hair stood up. His aura suddenly erupted like a volcano and increased by a large amount. This is a secret skill that can temporarily increase one's combat strength. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Tyrannical divine fist. Fist rules the world. Kwang Dao roared. His entire body was like a mountain, pressing down on Lu Ming. He punched out with both fists, the force of his punches like mountains. Buzz! Buzz! Lu Ming brandished his long spear. Spear shadows that were as thick as a mountain range were blasted out. Boom! Boom! In the sky, there were constant rumbles as the two of them fought intensely. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 10 moves. What an amazing secret skill! His combat strength has doubled. In the midst of the fight, Lu Ming could tell that the secret skill of the Mad Dao had doubled his combat strength. This battle formula was very similar. However, the secret technique of the Mad Path was naturally far from being comparable to the battle formula. For a secret skill like Madness Path, not only did it not have any side effects, but its limit was that one's combat power would only double. However, there was no limit to the battle symbol art. As Lu Ming continued to comprehend, the power of the battle symbol art would become stronger. Now, Lu Ming could trigger a 3-fold increase in combat strength. In the future, it was possible for him to trigger a 4-fold increase, a 5-fold increase, a 6-fold increase, and so on. The word battle in his sea of consciousness was simply a treasure that could be excavated limitlessly. Kill, kill, kill! Kwang Dao roared. His long hair fluttered in the wind and his aura was wild. His killing intent was as cold as a blade. His secret skill did have a flaw. It had a time limit. Once the time was up, it would fall back to its previous level. Therefore, he had to kill Lu Ming before the time came. Clang, clang. The two of them exchanged a few more moves, and the battle was intense. It seems that this is your limit. Then I won't waste time with you, Lu Ming said coldly. Then, the double combat power of the battle character formula was activated. Boom! Lu Ming's combat strength increased tremendously. He swept his spear and directly broke through Kwang Dao's fist force, sending him flying. Why would I? Kwang Dao was shocked. It was simply unbelievable. Since the start of the battle, Lu Ming had not used his full strength. This kind of combat strength was simply abnormal. He was more abnormal than any monster he had ever seen. 3 apocalyptic strikes, break the sky. After repelling Kwang Dao, Lu Ming immediately used the 3 apocalyptic strikes, which turned into a dazzling spear radiance and attacked Kwang Dao. No, block it, I want to block it. In the face of Lu Ming's attack, Kwang Dao's expression changed drastically. He felt the threat of death. This attack could possibly kill him. Black gold art. Kwang Dao roared and his body gave off a black light. A layer of black metal-like light appeared on his body. This was another kind of divine skill, a defensive divine skill. After using the defensive divine skill, Crazy Dao punched continuously. The last huge fist force was directed at Lu Ming. Bang! The fist force dissipated and the spear light hit Kwang Dao's body. Kwang Dao's body shook violently and flew out like a meteor. In an instant, he had flown thousands of miles. He spat out a mouthful of blood as his defensive divine skill was pierced through. The black armor on his body shattered, and a large hole appeared in his chest. However, he did not die and blocked Lu Ming's move. Run, run, run. Kwang Dao only had one thought. He used all his strength and even burned his Shin power. His entire body was like a ball of fire as he rushed into the distance. His speed was shocking. In the blink of an eye, he was tens of thousands of li away. This guy's life-saving ability is really strong. Lu Ming shook his head slightly. He was also a little surprised that he did not kill the Mad Daoist with one move. However, Mad Dao's life-saving ability was indeed powerful. He used the secret skill, offensive divine skill, defensive divine skill, and the armor together to block Lu Ming's killing blow. Moreover, Lu Ming did not cultivate any speed-type divine skill. His speed was limited and he would not be able to catch up with Kwang Dao. Following that, Lu Ming's gaze turned to Huang Qingan. Chapter 2697 Attractive? Lu Ming's gaze suddenly turned to Huang Qingan, causing his expression to change drastically and turn pale. Lu Ming, don't kill me. Huang Qingan's face was full of fear, and his voice was trembling. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that the mad Daoist was no match for Lu Ming and was forced to flee in a sorry state. At this moment, he could only feel his legs trembling and even forgot to escape. Not kill you? You just said that you wanted to kill me, Lu Ming said coldly. A cold, killing intent seeped out of his body and enveloped Huang Qingan. Don't! Huang Qingan screamed, turned around, and ran. Lu Ming's figure did not move and he thrust his spear forward. A ray of spear light crossed the distance of 1,000 miles and pierced towards Huang Qingan. Huang Qingan's defense was pierced through like tofu. His body was pierced through, and blood spurted out. Lu Ming, you'll die a horrible death. The saint will not let you off, Huang Qingan roared and then stopped breathing. Lu Ming's face was calm. He came above the half-dead Lan Shang and killed her with one shot under her despairing eyes. Lu Ming would never show mercy to his enemies. As long as there was a chance, he would kill until the other party was terrified. Let's go, Lu Ming said as he walked past Yu Linglong. Lu Ming, your ability is really amazing. Usurper, said me. Yu Linglong followed Lu Ming's footsteps, blinking her eyes and asking curiously. I was just lucky and managed to master a secret technique that can increase my combat power. Lu Ming casually used a reason to push her away. After that, the two of them continued on their way. However, after flying for a while, they did not encounter a single nether dragon. Instead, they encountered quite a few other outer sect disciples. It was obvious that there were no more spirit dragons in this area. Even if there were, they had all been killed by others. The two of them went deep into the dark dragon's secret realm. The terrain was also becoming more and more desolate. Roar! In the distance, a thunderous roar resounded through the sky. The nether dragon beasts charged toward them with incredible speed. It was as if they had already discovered them from afar. These nether dragon beasts are strange. We haven't even noticed them, but they seem to have noticed us from far away. Yu Linglong asked curiously. Lu Ming was also a little surprised. It was true. For the past few times, the nether dragon beasts had taken the initiative to attack them. Each time, there were 7, 8, or even a dozen of them. But no matter what, this was a good thing. At least they didn't have to waste time searching. However, the next moment, Lu Ming and the rest's expressions changed. In the distance, roars sounded again, rising and falling. Then, the void trembled, and nether dragon beasts appeared in the distance. There were at least 100 of them. More than 100 nether dragon beasts stepped through the air and charged toward Lu Ming and the rest. Their momentum was overwhelming. There are so many nether dragons, run, run! Yu Linglong shouted. She turned around and ran away. Her reaction was so fast. However, Lu Ming's reaction was not any slower than hers. He also turned around and ran. What a joke! There were too many nether dragons. There were more than 100 of them, and all of them were impervious to weapons. Their necks were their only weakness. With so many nether dragons charging at him, no matter how strong Lu Ming was, he would be dismembered by the chaotic beasts. The nether dragon roared as it chased after him. The two sides, one chasing and one escaping, crossed tens of thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. Help! Yu Linglong shouted, because other figures had appeared in front of her. They were the other outer sect disciples of the Kongxian sect. This fellow is very unkind. This was Lu Ming's evaluation of Yu Linglong. It was obvious that Yu Linglong wanted to drag the others down to distract the nether dragon beast. Of course, Lu Ming naturally followed closely behind Yu Linglong. It's the nether dragon. Nest, there are so many of them, don't come over. When the outer sect disciples first saw the nether dragon, they were overjoyed. However, when they realized that there were more than 100 nether dragons charging at them, their faces turned pale. They screamed and ran away. Don't run. Let's join forces and fight these nether dragon beasts. Yu Linglong shouted. It would be a wonder if you didn't run. Little girl, don't come over. Get lost. Those people shouted and ran faster than anyone else. Let's split up and distract the nether dragon beast. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Yu Linglong. Yu Linglong nodded. Then, the two of them flew in another direction. This way, if a part of the nether dragon was attracted by those people, the pressure on them would be much lighter. However, to their surprise, the nether dragon beasts did not even look at the others. The 100-odd nether dragon beasts continued to chase after Lu Ming and the rest. Nest, you can't play like this. Lu Ming was speechless. The nether dragon beasts seemed to be staring at them. Battle formula, activate. Lu Ming had an idea and he continuously triggered the battle formula. Not long after, he successfully triggered the battle formula that tripled his combat power. After triggering the tripled combat strength, Lu Ming's speed increased by a notch. Let's go! Lu Ming pulled Yu Linglong and dashed forward quickly. In this way, they gradually pulled away from the nether dragon. After a while, they finally shook off the nether dragon completely. They found a quiet place and meditated to recover their divine power. After their divine power had recovered, the two of them began to discuss. That's weird. Why are those nether dragon beasts staring at us? Yu Linglong asked, puzzled. Lu Ming shook his head. He could not figure this out. Could it be that there's something on our bodies that's attracting the nether dragon? Lu Ming said, What's attracting the nether dragon? Yu Linglong's eyes flickered. However, even if the two of them tried to recall, they could not find anything on them that would attract the nether dragon beast. After some time, the two of them left the area and continued to head deeper into the dark dragon's secret realm. However, what left them speechless was that not long after, they lured another group of nether dragon beasts to chase after them, and they could only run. After they had escaped, they didn't dare to be too brazen. They carefully approached the secret realm from another direction. This time, there were more than 10 nether dragons coming at them. There were more than 10 nether dragons, but they were not afraid. After a while, they killed the nether dragon and obtained its beast core. For the rest of the time, they wandered around the area. As long as they encountered a large number of nether dragons, they would turn around and run. If there were a small number, they would stop and hunt. In the blink of an eye, they had been in the dark dragon's secret realm for a month and a half. They had only been here for 3 months, and half of it had already passed. However, he had also gained a lot. Lu Ming had more than 200 beast cores. If he exchanged them for points, he would have more than 20,000 points. He was getting closer to 50,000 points. The nether dragon beasts in this territory were lured by them in batches and they were slowly killed. Finally, they were almost done. The two of them left the area and continued deeper into the dark dragon's secret realm. Chapter 2698 Attractive? Lu Ming's gaze suddenly turned to Huang Chengan, causing his expression to change drastically and turn pale. Lu Ming, don't kill me. Huang Chengan's face was full of fear, and his voice was trembling. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that the mad Daoist was no match for Lu Ming and was forced to flee in a sorry state. At this moment, he could only feel his legs trembling and even forgot to escape. Not kill you? You just said that you wanted to kill me, Lu Ming said coldly. A cold, killing intent seeped out of his body and enveloped Huang Chengan. Don't! Huang Chengan screamed, turned around, and ran. Lu Ming's figure did not move and he thrust his spear forward. A ray of spear light crossed the distance of 1,000 miles and pierced towards Huang Chengan. Huang Chengan's defense was pierced through like tofu. His body was pierced through, and blood spurted out. Lu Ming, you'll die a horrible death. The saint will not let you off, Huang Chengan roared and then stopped breathing. Lu Ming's face was calm. He came above the half-dead Lan Shang and killed her with one shot under her despairing eyes. Lu Ming would never show mercy to his enemies. As long as there was a chance, he would kill until the other party was terrified. Let's go, Lu Ming said as he walked past Yu Linglong. Lu Ming, Your ability is really amazing. Usurpa, said me. Yu Linglong followed Lu Ming's footsteps, blinking her eyes and asking curiously. I was just lucky and managed to master a secret technique that can increase my combat power. Lu Ming casually used a reason to push her away. After that, the two of them continued on their way. However, after flying for a while, they did not encounter a single nether dragon. Instead, they encountered quite a few other outer sect disciples. It was obvious that there were no more spirit dragons in this area. Even if there were, they had all been killed by others. The two of them went deep into the dark dragon's secret realm. The terrain was also becoming more and more desolate. Roar! In the distance, a thunderous roar resounded through the sky. The nether dragon beasts charged toward them with incredible speed. It was as if they had already discovered them from afar. These nether dragon beasts are strange. We haven't even noticed them, but they seem to have noticed us from far away. Yu Linglong asked curiously. Lu Ming was also a little surprised. It was true. For the past few times, the nether dragon beasts had taken the initiative to attack them. Each time, there were 7, 8, or even a dozen of them. But no matter what, this was a good thing. At least they didn't have to waste time searching. However, the next moment, Lu Ming and the rest's expressions changed. In the distance, roars sounded again, rising and falling. Then, the void trembled, and nether dragon beasts appeared in the distance. There were at least 100 of them. More than 100 nether dragon beasts stepped through the air and charged toward Lu Ming and the rest. Their momentum was overwhelming. There are so many nether dragons, run, run! Yu Linglong shouted. She turned around and ran away. Her reaction was so fast. However, Lu Ming's reaction was not any slower than hers. He also turned around and ran. What a joke! There were too many nether dragons. There were more than 100 of them, and all of them were impervious to weapons. Their necks were their only weakness. With so many nether dragons charging at him, no matter how strong Lu Ming was, he would be dismembered by the chaotic beasts. The nether dragon roared as it chased after him. The two sides, one chasing and one escaping, crossed tens of thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. Help! Yu Linglong shouted, because other figures had appeared in front of her. They were the other outer sect disciples of the Kongxian sect. This fellow is very unkind. This was Lu Ming's evaluation of Yu Linglong. It was obvious that Yu Linglong wanted to drag the others down to distract the nether dragon beast. Of course, Lu Ming naturally followed closely behind Yu Linglong. It's the nether dragon. Nest, there are so many of them, don't come over. When the outer sect disciples first saw the nether dragon, they were overjoyed. However, when they realized that there were more than 100 nether dragons charging at them, their faces turned pale. They screamed and ran away. Don't run. Let's join forces and fight these nether dragon beasts. Yu Linglong shouted. It would be a wonder if you didn't run. Little girl, don't come over. Get lost. Those people shouted and ran faster than anyone else. Let's split up and distract the nether dragon beast. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Yu Linglong. Yu Linglong nodded. Then, the two of them flew in another direction. This way, if a part of the nether dragon was attracted by those people, the pressure on them would be much lighter. However, to their surprise, the nether dragon beasts did not even look at the others. The 100-odd nether dragon beasts continued to chase after Lu Ming and the rest. Nest, you can't play like this. Lu Ming was speechless. The nether dragon beasts seemed to be staring at them. Battle formula, activate. Lu Ming had an idea and he continuously triggered the battle formula. Not long after, he successfully triggered the battle formula that tripled his combat power. After triggering the tripled combat strength, Lu Ming's speed increased by a notch. Let's go! Lu Ming pulled Yu Linglong and dashed forward quickly. In this way, they gradually pulled away from the nether dragon. After a while, they finally shook off the nether dragon completely. They found a quiet place and meditated to recover their divine power. After their divine power had recovered, the two of them began to discuss. That's weird. Why are those nether dragon beasts staring at us? Yu Linglong asked, puzzled. Lu Ming shook his head. He could not figure this out. Could it be that there's something on our bodies that's attracting the nether dragon? Lu Ming said. What's attracting the nether dragon? Yu Linglong's eyes flickered. However, even if the two of them tried to recall, they could not find anything on them that would attract the nether dragon beast. After some time, the two of them left the area and continued to head deeper into the dark dragon's secret realm. However, what left them speechless was that not long after, they lured another group of nether dragon beasts to chase after them, and they could only run. After they had escaped, they didn't dare to be too brazen. They carefully approached the secret realm from another direction. This time, there were more than 10 nether dragons coming at them. There were more than 10 nether dragons, but they were not afraid. After a while, they killed the nether dragon and obtained its beast core. For the rest of the time, they wandered around the area. As long as they encountered a large number of nether dragons, they would turn around and run. If there were a small number, they would stop and hunt. In the blink of an eye, they had been in the dark dragon's secret realm for a month and a half. They had only been here for 3 months, and half of it had already passed. However, he had also gained a lot. Lu Ming had more than 200 beast cores. If he exchanged them for points, he would have more than 20,000 points. He was getting closer to 50,000 points. The nether dragon beasts in this territory were lured by them in batches and they were slowly killed. Finally, they were almost done. The two of them left the area and continued deeper into the dark dragon's secret realm. Chapter 2699, Wu Zifeng. Lu Ming was unyielding. He unleashed his potential to the extreme and fought the nether dragon beast and the dragon bone flower. All of a sudden, his body burst forth with a resplendent reddish-gold light that was far more resplendent than before. The golden red armor on his body was originally full of cracks. However, at this moment, the cracks had disappeared. The golden red armor shone brightly and looked even more solid. He had broken through. At the critical moment, the 9-stage crimson gold armor had broken through. Lu Ming had already cultivated the 9-stage crimson gold armor to the peak of the 1st stage. He had been stuck at the peak of the 1st stage for some time. However, after the close-quarters combat, his potential was stimulated and he finally broke through. 9-stage crimson gold armor had broken through to the 2nd stage, and its defensive power had increased greatly, temporarily blocking the attacks. However, Lu Ming did not feel happy at all. Their defense had been strengthened, but they still couldn't charge out, because their attack power hadn't increased. They were still surrounded by the nether dragon beast and the dragon bone flower and were under constant attack. Lu Ming tried his best to protect Yu Linglong, but if this continued, the crimson gold armor's defense would not be able to hold on for long. It would have been broken long ago. Linglong. At this moment, a loud shout came from the sky. Rays of sword light rained down, slashing at the nether dragon beast and the dragon bone flower beside Lu Ming. The sword light was so powerful that it sent many nether dragon beasts and dragon bone flowers flying. Then, a figure rushed in. It was a handsome young man in a snow-white robe. Wu Zifeng, why are you here? Why are you here? Yu Linglong was extremely surprised to see this young man. I've come all the way here to look for you. I heard that you might have entered the dark dragon's secret realm, so I came here to look for you. My hard work pays off, and I've finally found you. The young man rushed to Yu Linglong's side and said, Why are you so stupid to rush in and die? Be careful. Yu Linglong cried out in shock. From all directions, nether dragon beasts and dragon bone flowers kept coming at them. Wu Zifeng brandished his sword to meet the attack. Sword light burst forth and sent some nether dragon beasts and dragon bone flowers flying. His strength was astonishing. What powerful combat power! That's sacred grade divine power. Lu Ming's heart stirred. This Wu Zifeng had actually mastered divine grade divine power. The power of his divine skill was also very shocking. He was clearly only at the 9th tier of the Void D realm, but his combat strength was far above Quang Daoist. However, Wu Zifeng's name was not on the Void D rank. The nether dragon beast's weakness is on its neck. The dragon bone flower's weakness is its stem. Lu Ming reminded him. Wu Zifeng cast a glance at Lu Ming and nodded slightly. He changed the stance of his sword and attacked the weakness of the nether dragon beast and the dragon bone flower. In an instant, a few nether dragon beasts and dragon bone flowers were killed. With the addition of Wu Zifeng, the pressure on them was a little less, but it was still difficult to rush out. Roar! From the other side of the canyon, the roars continued, making their faces even uglier. More and more nether dragon beasts were charging over. The rustling sound of the s was endless. More dragon bone flowers had arrived. What's going on? Why are there more and more nether dragon beasts and dragon bone flowers? And they're attacking so crazily, as if they don't care about their lives. I wasn't that crazy when I came in just now. Wu Zifeng also cried out in alarm. It was relatively easier for him to kill his way in, but it was much more difficult to kill his way out now. The nether dragon beast and the dragon bone flower seemed to be determined to keep them here. From afar, the three of them were surrounded by the nether dragon beasts and the dragon bone flowers. Bang, bang. Lu Ming was hit continuously. His golden armor trembled and cracks appeared on it again. Then, more and more cracks appeared. Bang. One of the nether dragon beast's sharp claws pierced through Lu Ming's defense and clawed at his body, tearing off a piece of flesh. Die! Lu Ming's eyes were bloodshot as he stabbed the nether dragon beast's neck with his sword. The sword went through the nether dragon beast's neck and blood sprayed out, mixing with Lu Ming's blood. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Runes that looked like small snakes suddenly appeared on Lu Ming's body. They intertwined and covered his entire body. Dark Dragon Blood Curse. This was the Dark Dragon Blood Curse that the sect master of Kongxian sect had placed on Lu Ming. Voila! As soon as the Nether Dragon Blood Curse was cast, all the blood in the Nether Dragon beast's body was completely absorbed by it. At that moment, Lu Ming felt a violent force erupting from his body. At the same time, a violent and demonic intent filled Lu Ming's heart. Kill! Lu Ming roared and slashed with his sword. The sword had actually split the head of a spirit dragon beast in half. The nether dragon's defense was astonishing, but at this moment, it could not withstand Lu Ming's sword. The blood of the nether dragon beast was completely absorbed by the nether dragon blood curse. The energy in Lu Ming's body became even stronger. Kill, kill, kill. Lu Ming's eyes were bloodshot. His killing intense soared to the sky. He kept swinging his combat sword, killing several nether dragons in a row. What's going on? At the side, Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng were both dumbfounded. Why did Lu Ming's combat strength suddenly increase so much? He had become invincible. The nether dragon beast and the dragon bone flower roared like thunder. They became even more maniacal. Pairs of red eyes stared at Lu Ming greedily as if they were looking at a rare treasure. Then, they charged at Lu Ming in a frenzy, completely abandoning Wu Zifeng and Yu Linglong. I understand now. The nether dragon beasts and the dragon bone flower are attacking us so crazily because of the curse mark on his body. Yu Linglong suddenly called out. Indeed, what a strange seal. What kind of seal is this? It looks extremely evil. Wu Zifeng also frowned. No, he's going to be drowned. Let's go save him. Yu Linglong shouted, wanting to save Lu Ming. Don't come over. You guys go quickly. You guys rush out first. At this moment, Lu Ming's voice was heard. Now, Lu Ming also understood what was going on. The nether dragon beasts and the dragon bone flower were besieging them because of Lu Ming. To be more precise, they were besieged because of the nether dragon blood curse. It could be said that he was completely attracted by the dark dragon blood curse. It was no wonder that they didn't even need to look for the nether dragon beast on their way here. Dark dragon blood curse, dark dragon secret realm, dark dragon beast, dragon bone flower. There must be a connection between all these. No, we came here together. If we leave together, Yu Linglong called out. You will only be a hindrance if you stay here. You go first, I have a way to get out. Lu Ming bellowed as he swung his sword, killing a nether dragon beast. The moment the nether dragon beast died, the nether dragon blood curse absorbed its blood, causing the energy in Lu Ming's body to become even more violent. However, Lu Ming had a vague feeling that this was not a good thing. The nether dragon blood curse would become stronger after absorbing the nether dragon beast's blood. It would be more difficult for him to break free from the nether dragon blood curse. Chapter 2700 Increasing Strength. However, he couldn't care about that now. He had to rush out first. Linglong, he's right. Let's rush out first. He might be able to escape, Wu Zifeng said to Yu Linglong. Let's go. Lu Ming roared. Lu Ming, you must rush out. Yu Linglong gritted her teeth and rushed in the other direction with Wu Zifeng. As expected, the nether dragon beast and the dragon bone flower did not care about them at all. They rushed through the canyon easily and came to a mountain peak outside the canyon. They looked into the distance and waited for Lu Ming. This wait lasted for more than 10 minutes. Why isn't he out yet? Yu Linglong was a little anxious. He's out. Suddenly, Wu Zifeng's eyes moved. From the canyon in the distance, a figure was rushing over at top speed. It was Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming's entire body was bathed in blood. His entire body was almost covered by the dark dragon blood curse. As soon as he rushed out of the canyon, he turned into a rainbow light and rushed into the distance at an astonishing speed. The nether dragon beast and the dragon bone flower chased after him like a tide, but they were slower than Lu Ming. Let's follow them. Yu Linglong and the other woman followed from another direction. The nether dragon beast and the dragon bone flower were not as fast as Lu Ming, and they soon lost track of him. They slowly came to a stop and retreated. Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng flew all the way and finally found Lu Ming after some time. At this moment, Lu Ming was lying in a small stream, unconscious. The dark dragon blood curse slithered around his body like small snakes. It slowly hid and disappeared. Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng brought Lu Ming to a cave and waited patiently. This is a disciple of your Kongxian sect? His strength is truly astonishing. Wu Zifeng sized Lu Ming up and said, It's indeed shocking. Moreover, he has just entered the sect not long ago. Yu Linglong said, Just entered the sect? Wu Zifeng's eyes widened in surprise. The two of them chatted as they waited. Lu Ming finally woke up a few hours later. It hurt. After Lu Ming woke up, the first thing he felt was intense pain all over his body. Lu Ming stood up and took out a few healing pills to consume. He began to refine the medicinal effects to recover. A few days later, Lu Ming had finally adjusted his condition to the peak. The injuries on his body had also healed. Lu Ming, are you all right? Yu Linglong walked over. I'm fine. Thank you for your help. Lu Ming smiled. He had been unconscious outside earlier. If it were not for Yu Linglong and the rest, he would have been in grave danger. He might have been killed by the nether dragon beast's fangs. I should be the one thanking you. Yu Linglong quickly said. That's right. We should be the ones thanking you. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to break out of the encirclement of the nether dragon beast and the dragon bone flower. Wu Zifeng quickly stepped forward and held Yu Linglong's hand. He looked at Lu Ming warily. Yu Linglong's little face blushed slightly and she said, Lu Ming, let me introduce you. My fiancé Wu Zifeng. I see. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. It turned out that Wu Zifeng was Yu Linglong's fiancé. No wonder he risked his life to save her. No wonder he was wary of him. However, Wu Zifeng's character should be considered good. If other people saw his fiancé with other people, they would probably reveal killing intent. Moreover, he could see that Wu Zifeng and Yu Linglong's relationship was not bad. Of course, he would not be so narcissistic as to think that the reason why Yu Linglong approached him in the past was because she was interested in him. It was mostly out of curiosity. Brother Wu, you're too polite. I'm only letting you go first because I'm confident in my chances. Lu Ming smiled. By the way, Brother Lu, what's with the curse mark on your body? Wu Zifeng changed the topic. Lu Ming knew that Wu Zifeng was asking about the dark dragon blood curse. However, the dark dragon blood curse was placed by the sect master of Kongxian sect. It was of great importance, and Lu Ming could not reveal it. Otherwise, the consequences would be unpredictable. I found this by accident when I was exploring an ancient ruin. Nothing has happened to it. I wonder why it's acting up today. Lu Ming casually told a lie. I see. Brother Lu, I feel that this curse is extremely evil. If it's used for too long, I'm afraid it'll be disadvantageous to you. We need to find a way to get rid of it. Wu Zifu said with a sincere expression. He didn't seem to be putting on an act. Many thanks for Brother Wu's reminder. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, I have a feeling that those nether dragon beasts and dragon bone flowers are after your curse mark. We'll have to be more careful when we move in the future to avoid being surrounded. Yu Linglong said. It's a pity that we're still too weak. Otherwise, we could have killed a large number of nether dragons and obtained points. Lu Ming said. That's right, why didn't I think of that? Yu Linglong's eyes brightened. My cultivation base has long reached the peak of the Void G.O.D. realm. I didn't break through before because I wanted to enter the Dark Dragon's secret realm. However, after entering this place, I can make a breakthrough. I can break through to the true G.O.D. realm now, and when I do, it will be much easier to kill the nether dragon. That's right. I can also charge into the true G.O.D. realm. Wu Zifeng also nodded and said, All right, then we'll cultivate here for a while. After we break through, we'll go hunt the nether dragon. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. All right, we'll work together. We'll split the beast cores and dragon bones equally. Yu Linglong said. The three of them discussed and began to cultivate. Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng began to break through to the true G.O.D. realm. On the other hand, Lu Ming began to cultivate in another direction. His cultivation had just broken through to the 5th level Void G.O.D. realm, so it was impossible for him to break through in a short period of time. The only way he could increase his strength was through the G.O.D. lay skills and the battle formula. Lu Ming realized that after the previous battle, not only did he have a breakthrough in the 9-stage Crimson Gold armor, but he had also made great progress in the 3 apocalyptic strikes and the battle character formula. Lu Ming felt that he had to activate the battle character formula 8 times to trigger the tripled combat power. The probability had increased to 1/8. As for the 3 apocalyptic strikes, it wasn't far from breaking through to the 2nd stage, and it seemed like it could break through at any time. Immediately, Lu Ming focused his energy on the 3 apocalyptic strikes. As expected, half a month later, the 3 apocalyptic strikes successfully broke through and reached the 2nd stage. Now that the 3 apocalyptic strikes had reached the 2nd stage, its attack power had undoubtedly increased by a large amount. Given Lu Ming's current cultivation, in addition to the 2nd stage of the 3 apocalyptic strikes and the 9-fold Crimson Gold armor, in addition to triggering the tripled combat strength, Lu Ming's abilities would reach an astonishing level. If he met Mad Dao again, he could crush him into dust with one move. At this time, the aura on Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng's bodies became stronger and stronger. Time flew by, and another half a month passed. Boom, boom. A shocking aura burst out from Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng at the same time. The two of them broke through almost at the same time and reached the true G.O.D. realm. Chapter 2701 Wanton Killing. After a month of cultivation, Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng finally broke through the bottleneck and reached the true G.O.D. realm. They took out a large number of divine crystals and started to absorb them. Piles of divine crystals turned into divine chi and were absorbed by the two. Not long after, the two's auras finally stabilized and they concealed themselves. The two of them had completely stabilized at the 1st stage of true G.O.D. realm. I've finally broken through to the true G.O.D. realm. Yu Linglong's face was full of smiles as she waved her fists and said, Let's go and kill the nether dragon. Lu Ming, you'll be the bait, he said. Yu Linglong said with confidence. Before she and Wu Zifeng made the breakthrough, their fighting power was already very shocking. Now that they had broken through to the 1st stage of true G.O.D. Their fighting power had increased by a large margin. Naturally, they were full of confidence. Lu Ming touched his nose. How did he become the bait? There was no time to lose. There was still less than half a month to the 3-month deadline. The three of them left this place and rushed towards the canyon. However, when they arrived at the canyon, they did not see a single nether dragon. It's the same move again. There are many nether dragon beasts lying in ambush. Yu Linglong spread out her spiritual sense and discovered many nether dragon beasts. Now that her cultivation had broken through, her spiritual sense had become sharper and could cover a wider range, which was why she was able to discover those nether dragons. Clearly, the nether dragon beast wanted to use the same tactic again. Once they entered the canyon, it would surround them with the dragon bone flower. However, Lu Ming and the rest were bold and fearless now. They might as well beat him at his own game. The three of them acted as if they had not seen the nether dragon beast. They entered the canyon and said through it, returning to the GR's land. During the battle, the GR's land was in a state of chaos. However, in just a month, the GR's had grown back. Rustle. In the distance, rustling sounds could be heard. They're here. Yu Linglong's eyes lit up. In the distance, waves rippled in the sea of green GR's, and then hundreds of dragon bone flowers appeared. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Some of the dragon bone flowers sprung and charged toward Lu Ming and the other two like bolts of lightning, launching fierce attacks. Kill! Yu Linglong had just made a breakthrough in her cultivation and was eager to try. She immediately rushed over. This time, she didn't use a soft whip. Instead, she took out a combat sword, which was a middle-grade divine weapon. The sword light burst out like a flying immortal. Then, the two stalks of the dragon bone flowers were directly cut off by Yu Linglong. They died on the spot without any signs of life. As for the dragon bone, Yu Linglong waved her hand and put it away. Lu Ming and Wu Zifeng moved as well, rushing toward the dragon bone flower. In the process of rushing out, Lu Ming activated the battle formula with all his might. He first activated the double combat power. Lu Ming swung his sword and sent a dragon bone flower flying. Then, he swung his sword again and cut off the stem of another dragon bone flower. As soon as the three of them attacked, they killed more than 10 dragon bone flowers in a row, which seemed to have angered the remaining dragon bone flowers. The rest of the dragon bone flowers let out ear-piercing shrieks and charged toward Lu Ming and the other two. At this moment, Lu Ming had successfully triggered the tripled combat power. The first move of the 3 apocalyptic strikes, Skybreaking. Lu Ming used his combat sword to cast the first move of the 3 apocalyptic strikes. A sword light that was hundreds of miles long flashed past. More than 30 dragon bone flowers had their stems cut off by Lu Ming. Now, Lu Ming's combat strength was tripled and he had reached the second stage of the 3 apocalyptic strikes. This move was almost Lu Ming's strongest move and its power was shocking. In one move, he had killed more than 30 dragon bone flowers. However, the amount of divine power it consumed was also astonishing. With my divine power, I can only use a few moves to release the 3 apocalyptic strikes at full power. Lu Ming laughed bitterly to himself. His weakness was that his cultivation level was not high enough and his divine power was not strong enough. Although he had cultivated other king-grade divine power and his divine power was far stronger than cultivators of the same level, he was only at 5th level Void D realm after all. Although the 3 apocalyptic strikes were powerful, he could not fully display them. Similarly, he couldn't fully use the 9-stage crimson gold armor. The stem of the dragon bone flower was cut off and the dragon bones fell to the ground. Lu Ming swept them up with his divine power and kept them. What shocking strength! Wu Zifeng and Yu Linglong were also shocked by Lu Ming's move. Wu Zifeng was considered to be knowledgeable and had seen many terrifying geniuses. However, it was his first time seeing someone as powerful as Lu Ming. They gathered their thoughts and focused on hunting the dragon bone flower. With the strength of the 3 of them, it was much easier to hunt for the dragon bone flower now. It was completely a crushing defeat. It was a world of difference from the passive state they were in a month ago. Soon, they had killed more than 150 dragon bone flowers. At this moment, a roar came from the distance. The nether dragon had appeared. She trembled as the nether dragon beast charged toward them. Keep it up. The three of them put in even more effort to hunt down the dragon bone flowers. They used all of their techniques to kill as many dragon bone flowers as possible before the nether dragon beast arrived. Lu Ming cast the first move of the three apocalyptic strikes again, Air Blast. With one move, another 30 dragon bone flowers were killed. Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng also used their unique skills. Their combat strength was amazing, and a large number of dragon bone flowers died at their hands. Originally, there were nearly 300 dragon bone flowers, but before the nether dragon beast arrived, there were less than 100 left. A large group of nether dragon beasts, at least 300 in number, charged toward Lu Ming and the rest. There were even more behind. Lu Ming and the other two charged toward the nether dragon beast and engaged in an intense battle. One nether dragon beast after another died at their hands. Although the nether dragon beast and dragon bone flower were powerful, they had their weaknesses. Now that their strength had increased, it would not be too difficult for them to kill them. This battle went on for half an hour. Hundreds of nether dragon beasts and hundreds of dragon bone flowers were killed by the three of them. Only a few dozen nether dragon beasts were still attacking them. Lu Ming catch. At that moment, Yu Linglong waved her hand and a divine pill flew towards Lu Ming. Spirit-strengthening pill. Lu Ming could tell that it was a spirit-strengthening pill at a glance. However, the medicinal fragrance was strong and the medicinal effects were many times better than those that Lu Ming had obtained in the past. This was a supreme-grade spirit-strengthening pill. The market price was shockingly high. Refining a transformation spirit-strengthening pill could recover one's divine power extremely quickly. Lu Ming swallowed the spirit-strengthening pill in one gulp. The pill immediately turned into medicinal power and circulated through Lu Ming's body. He quickly absorbed it. Lu Ming's divine power, which was about to dry up, was quickly restored. Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng had both taken supreme-grade spirit-strengthening pills to recover their divine power. There were only dozens of nether dragon beasts and a small number of dragon bone flowers left. They did not need to use their unique skills. They fought slowly while recovering their divine power. The supreme-grade spirit-strengthening pill had extraordinary effects. Not long after, the 4 divine flames in Lu Ming's dantian burned fiercely again. His divine power had recovered by 80%. Their divine power had recovered by a large amount. They became more alert and their attacks became fiercer. The remaining nether dragon beasts and dragon bone flowers were quickly killed. Chapter 27:02 The Nether Dragon Beast King. After killing all the nether dragon beasts and the dragon bone flower, Lu Ming and the other two smiled. This was a huge harvest. There were more than 700 nether dragons and dragon bone flowers. If they split it evenly, each of them would get more than 200 points, which was more than 20,000 points. Lu Ming was not far from 50,000 points. However, they still had one more thing to do, and that was to dig out the nether dragon's beast core. They could just keep the dragon bone of the dragon bone flower, but they would have to dig out the nether dragon beast's beast core. Let's start work. Yu Linglong's eyes narrowed into slits as she smiled. She picked up the sword and started digging. The three of them worked together and collected the beast cores one by one. However, at this moment, a ray of rainbow light charged toward Lu Ming at a terrifying speed. His roar shook the entire valley. The force swept through like a storm and slashed at Lu Ming like an extremely sharp blade. Lu Ming, be careful. Be careful. At the side, Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng cried out in alarm, but it was too late for them to help. Danger, danger. At this moment, Lu Ming's entire body tensed up. His hair stood on end as he felt an extremely dangerous aura. He did not have time to think. Almost subconsciously, he cast the 9-stage crimson gold armor. A crimson gold armor covered Lu Ming's entire body. Boom. A huge claw covered in scales scratched the 9-layer crimson gold armor, making a loud noise. The crimson gold armor shook violently, and cracks immediately appeared on it. Lu Ming's body flew out like a cannonball and hit the wall of the canyon, creating a huge pit. Lu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. At the same time, he could finally see what had attacked him. Nether dragon, another nether dragon. Moreover, this spirit dragon beast was twice as large as the other spirit dragons. Its eyes were blood red, and its aura was cold and terrifying. It glared at Lu Ming. At this moment, Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng finally reacted. Their figures flashed and they stood in front of Lu Ming. "Lu Ming, are you all right?" Yu Linglong asked. "I'm fine." Lu Ming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and flew out of the pit. He stood side by side with Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng. Luckily, he managed to activate the 9-stage crimson gold armor in time. Luckily, his 9-stage crimson gold armor had already broken through and reached the 2nd stage. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have been able to block the Nether Dragon's attack. The attack of that spirit dragon beast was shockingly powerful. It was more than 5 times stronger than the other spirit dragon beasts they had encountered before. It's the Nether Dragon Beast King. Wu Zifeng frowned. Nether Dragon Beast King. Lu Ming and Yu Linglong's eyes lit up. The Nether Dragon Beast King's beast core would definitely be worth more points. The Nether Dragon Beast King's body was surrounded by a faint halo. It kept growling, and its eyes were extremely cold. Boom. Suddenly, the Nether Dragon Beast King's 4 limbs stomped on the ground. Its body stirred up a gust of wind as it pounced toward Lu Ming and the other 2. "I'll kill you." Yu Linglong was the first to attack. Her figure flashed and she swept forward, her sword stabbing towards the neck of the Nether Dragon Beast King. However, the Nether Dragon Beast King was extremely agile. With a slight twist, it avoided the attack on its neck. Yu Linglong's long sword stabbed into the scales of the Nether Dragon Beast King, causing sparks to fly. It did not break through the Nether Dragon Beast King's defense. Buzz. Then, the Nether Dragon Beast King extended its sharp claws and grabbed towards Yu Linglong. Yu Linglong's expression changed slightly, and she quickly retracted her sword to block it. The 2 of them exchanged a blow, and Yu Linglong's figure drifted back. The Nether Dragon Beast King roared and wanted to chase after Yu Linglong, but Wu Zifeng had already arrived. The long sword in his hand bloomed with sword light and stabbed toward the Nether Dragon Beast King. However, the Nether Dragon's sharp claws continued to swing out like sabers, blocking Wu Zifeng's sword light. The 2 sides collided for more than a dozen times, and both retreated. What powerful strength! Wu Zifeng was shocked. The cultivation of this Nether Dragon Beast King should be at the 1st stage of the true Jikyu realm, but its strength was actually not weaker than his. It should be known that Wu Zifeng was a top genius. His divine power was a sacred grade divine power, and his combat power was far beyond his peers. However, this Nether Dragon Beast King could fight him head-on. Buzz. On the other side, Lu Ming had also rushed over. At this moment, he had triggered the battle character formula to triple his combat strength and raised his abilities to the peak. The first move of the 3 apocalyptic strikes, Skybreaking. Lu Ming immediately used his strongest move. The sword radiance expanded and pierced the Nether Dragon's neck as if it could shatter the void. The Nether Dragon roared and turned its head to avoid being hit in its vital parts. It took Lu Ming's attack head-on with its head. Boom. There was a terrifying boom. Lu Ming was pushed back by a force and he retreated quickly. However, the Nether Dragon Beast King was also pushed back. A shallow crack appeared on its forehead, but it was not cut open. Its defensive power was too shocking. Lu Ming's all-out attack could not even break through the defense of the Nether Dragon Beast King. The Nether Dragon Beast King's defense is too strong. We can't break through it with our attacks. We can only kill it by attacking its vital points. We can restrain it together and then take the opportunity to attack its vital points. Wu Zifeng transmitted his voice to Lu Ming and Yu Linglong. Lu Ming and Yu Linglong nodded. The three of them formed a triangle and surrounded the Nether Dragon Beast King. The Nether Dragon Beast King was not afraid at all. Its eyes became even more ferocious. With a roar, it pounced towards Lu Ming. The Nether Dragon Beast King kept staring at Lu Ming. It was obvious that it was because of the Nether Dragon blood curse. Kill! Lu Ming roared fearlessly and charged at the Nether Dragon Beast King. At the same time, Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng also made their moves. They used their divine skills and attacked the Nether Dragon Beast King. The two sides started a chaotic battle. In terms of offensive power, the three of them working together could completely suppress the Nether Dragon Beast King. However, the Nether Dragon Beast King's defense was too shocking. It only needed to avoid its neck and let Lu Ming and the others attack its other parts. Then, it would seize the opportunity to counterattack. Therefore, the two sides were tied for a while. After exchanging dozens of moves, there was no clear winner. Lu Ming, Zifeng, I'll use my full strength to trap it. You guys take the chance to attack its vital parts. At that moment, Yu Linglong sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming and Wu Zifeng. Then she waved her hand and kept the combat sword, replacing it with two soft whips. Heaven and Earth Net! Yu Linglong shouted. Her hands formed a divine gesture. The two soft whips were like two long snakes dancing. They interweaved and formed a huge net that enveloped the Nether Dragon Beast King. In an instant, the Nether Dragon Beast King was covered in it. The Nether Dragon Beast King let out a deafening roar and started to struggle violently. It waved its sharp claws, causing the giant net to twist and shake. Attack! Yu Linglong shouted. Heavenly Star Strike! Break the sky! Lu Ming and Wu Zifeng used their strongest killing moves at the same time, aiming for the Nether Dragon Beast King's vital points. Chapter 2703 The Word, Quant. 1. Tie two extremely bright sword radiances pierced towards the Nether Dragon Beast King's neck. Their power was terrifying. However, Wu Zifeng's sword light was more powerful. After all, Wu Zifeng was also a top heavens favorite. He controlled divine-grade divine power and his cultivation had even reached the first stage of true Ji. Although Lu Ming controlled the ruler's divine power and cultivated the universe Thousand Dao scripture at the same time, he had cultivated the other three king-grade divine powers and his divine power was extremely strong. In addition, the battle formula tripled his combat power. However, he was only at the 5th level of the Void D realm. Even if he combined all his advantages, it wouldn't be enough to make up for the huge gap in cultivation. Therefore, the Nether Dragon Beast King was more concerned about Wu Zifeng's attack. It used all its strength to turn its head to avoid its vital parts, and then waved out a sharp claw to grab Wu Zifeng's long sword. However, in this case, his weakness was exposed to Lu Ming. Kill, die! Lu Ming shouted. He became one with his sword and the sword radiance stabbed the Nether Dragon Beast King's neck. It was a success. At that moment, Lu Ming, Yu Linglong, and Wu Zifeng's eyes lit up. Something's wrong. However, Lu Ming felt that something was amiss. When his combat sword stabbed the Nether Dragon Beast King's neck, it did not hit its vital point as he had expected. Instead, it was blocked. Lu Ming felt as if he had stabbed into an iron wall. Ding! Ding! A crisp sound rang out. Then, the Nether Dragon Beast King's neck emerged and exploded with a terrifying force. Lu Ming's body trembled violently and he was sent flying. He only stopped after flying for more than 100 miles. He felt his blood and qi churning in his body, as if his body was about to crack. How is that possible? Lu Ming was extremely shocked. Wasn't the Nether Dragon Beast King's neck a vital point? However, when he stabbed the Nether Dragon Beast King's neck with his sword, he could not pierce it at all. Not only that, but a terrifying power had also exploded. The power of this power had simply exceeded the Nether Dragon Beast King's own strength. Lu Ming could not figure it out at all. Could it be that the Nether Dragon Beast King had no vital parts? How could they fight then? Roar! After being stabbed in the neck by Lu Ming, the Nether Dragon Beast King seemed to be completely enraged. It roared continuously, and the layer of light on its body became even brighter. Suddenly, the nether dragon beast king roared. It opened its mouth and spat out a beam of light. The all-encompassing net that Yu Linglong had condensed was shattered by this force. Yu Linglong's delicate body trembled, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body retreated rapidly, her face pale. The nether dragon beast king continued to roar, and another pillar of light blasted towards Yu Linglong. Linglong, be careful. Wu Zifeng came to Yu Linglong's side in time and dodged the light pillar with Yu Linglong. Boom! The light beam struck the canyon's wall, causing it to explode. A huge gap appeared, and the rocks in the gap were turned into ashes. Terrifying, what a terrifying power. Lu Ming, Yu Linglong, and Wu Zifeng's expressions changed. The light pillar that the nether dragon beast king had shot out was shockingly powerful. It was far stronger than the nether dragon beast king's own power, and it was not something they could withstand. The nether dragon beast king actually had such a killing move. The nether dragon beast king roared continuously, and beams of light shot out of its mouth toward Lu Ming, Yu Linglong, and the other two. The three of them didn't dare to take it head-on and could only use their movement techniques to dodge. This canyon, this piece of land, was blasted into a huge pit. It was a mess. The nether dragon beast king was simply invincible. Its entire body was impervious to swords and spears, and its attack power was astonishing. Even if an existence above the fourth stage of true D realm came, they would most likely not be able to do anything to this nether dragon beast king. This kind of attack consumes a lot of energy. We just have to avoid it for a while. When its energy is exhausted, it will die. Yu Linglong transmitted her voice. Lu Ming and Wu Zifeng nodded. They naturally understood this logic. They guessed that the attack of the nether dragon beast king was an explosive attack. It consumed a shocking amount of energy, and the nether dragon beast king would not be able to last long. The three of them dodged with all their might. As long as the other party's energy was exhausted, wouldn't they be slaughtered? Time flew by, and 10 minutes passed. Lu Ming and the other two had extremely ugly expressions. The nether dragon beast king had been attacking like this for 10 minutes. It had shot out at least 1,000 light pillars. However, it showed no signs of stopping, nor did it show any signs of exhaustion. How was this possible? The three of them were dumbfounded. This was simply against common sense. The energy of the nether dragon beast king seemed to be endless. This freak, let's retreat. Yu Linglong was already thinking of retreating. Lu Ming and Wu Zifeng were helpless and unwilling to give up. There were still many nether dragon cores at the scene that had not been taken out. If they left just like that, they would suffer a great loss. However, in the face of such an abnormal nether dragon beast king, they could only retreat. The three of them gathered and flew in one direction. However, the nether dragon beast king had no intention of letting them go. It chased after them while roaring. Its mouth was like a machine gun, and it spat out a beam of light with terrifying power. The three of them quickly dodged. This way, the nether dragon beast king caught up to them again. The three of them had ugly expressions. They wanted to leave, but they couldn't. What to do? The three of them quickly thought of countermeasures. At this moment, Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. Because at this moment, he felt that the word battle in his sea of consciousness was shining slightly, and a strange aura was spreading out. At this moment, Lu Ming felt a chill in his eyes. It was because there was a surge of energy in the word battle that surged into Lu Ming's eyes. When the energy surged into Lu Ming's eyes, he immediately realized that there was something strange about the nether dragon beast king's body. On the neck of the nether dragon beast king, there was a bright ball of light that seemed to contain terrifying energy. The reason why the nether dragon beast king was able to continuously shoot out light pillars was because of the energy provided by this ball of light. Previously, Lu Ming could not see it at all. He could only see it after the energy from the word battle surged into his eyes. The next moment, Lu Ming's mouth was wide open in shock. He had seen that ball of light clearly. The source of the ball of light was actually a word. It looked like the word quant. The word quant. For energy. Looking at the words, it was very similar to Lu Ming's battle. Could it be that the quant Tai word and the battle word have the same origin? That's why the battle word in my sea of consciousness reacted. Lu Ming dodged the attacks of the Nether Dragon Beast King while he pondered. At this moment, the battle character in his sea of consciousness was becoming more and more resplendent. In the end, it started to shine. At the same time, Lu Ming's sharp senses caught the measure word on the Nether Dragon Beast King's neck vibrating. It seemed to have sensed the battle word in Lu Ming's body. Only Lu Ming could sense all of this. Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng could not see or sense anything. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Chapter 2704 words turned into spirits. Lu Ming finally understood. The reason why the Nether Dragon Beast King was so powerful and its energy seemed to be endless was entirely because of the word quant. Tai. It was also because of this quant Tai that the Nether Dragon Beast King's neck, which was originally a vital point, became a non-vital point. It could even explode with astonishing power. I can take down this quant Tai word. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly had this thought in his mind. There was no reason for this. However, this thought was very strong. Lu Ming had a strong feeling that as long as he got close to it, he could borrow the aura of the battle word to remove the quant Tai word. Let's take a gamble. Lu Ming made a decision. Miss Linglong, Brother Wu, can you help me hold back the Nether Dragon Beast King? I have a way to break its defense. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng. You have a way? Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng were both a little surprised. Not bad. Lu Ming nodded. All right, then we'll help you hold it back. Well, give it a shot. Wu Zifeng was very decisive and directly nodded. Attack! Yu Linglong charged directly at the Nether Dragon Beast King. Her figure flashed extremely fast, and the sky was filled with her figure. She successfully dodged the Nether Dragon Beast King's attack. Wu Zifeng also used his body technique and rushed over. Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng's attacks had successfully attracted the Nether Dragon Beast King's attention. It attacked Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng with even more attacks. Lu Ming took the opportunity to charge at the Nether Dragon Beast King. Heart of the Bright Moon. Yu Linglong shouted as she approached the Nether Dragon Beast King. She was going all out and had used a terrifying secret technique. With her cultivation base, she couldn't use this secret skill. After using it, she would be injured. But at this moment, he could only take a gamble. A full moon suddenly appeared and pressed down on the Nether Dragon Beast King. The ninefold divine mountain. Wu Zifeng also used a secret technique. And NBSP, his body seemed to become as heavy as a mountain. Divine power gushed out, transforming into a massive mountain that pressed down on D King Dark Dragon. The two of them used their secret techniques at the same time, causing the body of the Nether Dragon Beast King to stiffen and stop in midair. Lu Ming attack! Yu Linglong shouted. The Nether Dragon Beast King's body continued to burst with terrifying energy, which rushed in all directions, trying to break Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng's secret skill. Their secret skills started to shake violently. With their cultivation, they couldn't hold on for long. Buzz! At this moment, Lu Ming rushed to the Nether Dragon Beast King's side. However, Lu Ming put away his sword and reached out with one hand to grab the Nether Dragon Beast King's neck. Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng were extremely surprised. Previously, Lu Ming's full-force attack with his combat sword could not even break through the Nether Dragon Beast King's defense. Now, he had to grab it with his bare hands. How was this possible? Although Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng were very puzzled, they could only choose to believe Lu Ming at this moment. The word battle is all up to you. Lu Ming thought to himself. As Lu Ming's claw approached, the word battle in his sea of consciousness emitted a dazzling glow and a stream of energy surged into Lu Ming's palm. Lu Ming's palm pierced the neck of the Nether Dragon Beast King. It was a success. Lu Ming was overjoyed. At that moment, the Nether Dragon Beast King let out an earth-shaking roar. It struggled madly, and then a terrifying energy burst out from its body. This energy was like a shock wave that could destroy everything. Bang! Bang! Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng's secret skill collapsed directly. Their bodies trembled violently as they were hit by this terrifying force. Their bodies flew out like cannon and fell to the ground. They slid on the ground for a long distance, coughing blood, and cracks appeared on their bodies. The two of them were severely injured at the same time, and their auras were weak. Grab it! At the moment when the Nether Dragon Beast King released the shockwave, Lu Ming roared and made a desperate grab. He successfully grabbed the measure word on the Nether Dragon Beast King's neck. Then, Lu Ming was also hit by the shockwave and his body was thrown backward. Even though Lu Ming had activated the 9-stage Crimson Gold armor, the Crimson Gold armor shattered instantly. Lu Ming's body slammed heavily against the wall of the canyon and he was severely injured. The Nether Dragon Beast King stood in the air and roared continuously. Its aura was like that of a madman. Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng's faces turned pale. At this moment, they no longer had the power to fight back. If the Nether Dragon Beast King continued to attack, they would most likely die here. Fortunately, after a few roars, the Spirit Dragon Beast King's aura rapidly weakened. Then, its huge body fell to the ground and shattered a huge rock with a boom. He was dead. The Nether Dragon Beast King was dead, without a trace of its aura. Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng often let out a breath. They had succeeded. They understood that they had succeeded. He had finally killed the Nether Dragon Beast King. Linglong, are you all right? Wu Zifeng staggered to Yu Linglong's side and asked with concern. I'm fine. Let's hurry up and treat our injuries. Yu Linglong said. She took out a healing pill and swallowed it to start healing. The Nether Dragon Beast, Ji Li Su, was dead, but this place was not safe. At this moment, they were all seriously injured. If other people, Nether Dragon Beasts, or the Dragon Bone Flower came, they would all be in danger. At this moment, Lu Ming had already forgotten to recuperate. He was looking into his sea of consciousness. After Lu Ming grabbed the Tai word, it fused into his palm and ran to the side of the battle word. It flashed and emitted a dazzling radiance. The aura is the same. It's almost the same as the aura of the battle character. They are definitely of the same origin. Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. Brat, why are you sizing me up so carefully? What are you trying to do? Suddenly, a voice rang in Lu Ming's mind. Who is it? Who's talking? Lu Ming was shocked. He quickly looked around but did not see anyone. If I'm the one talking, then who else is? Haven't you been sizing me up? The figure rang out again. This time, Lu Ming finally realized where the sound came from. It was from the word, Tai. Oh my GD, my words have turned into spirits. Lu Ming shouted loudly, causing Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng to cast sidelong glances at him, feeling puzzled. One word and it could actually speak. At this moment, Lu Ming was in a mess. What do you mean? I'm one of the original ancient characters, so I'm naturally spiritual. It's normal for me to be able to speak. The voice rang out again. Lu Ming was 100% sure that it was the word Tai. It really is an ancient word of essence. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He had heard Bai Ye mention the word battle before. It was one of the ancient words of the origin. The word measure in front of him was also one of the ancient origin words. Lu Ming's heart was thumping. He had a deep understanding of the profoundness of the battle character. It was simply endless. Chapter 2705 Heaven-Defying, Quant. 1. Tai word comprehending the battle symbol art would allow his attacks to be strengthened and his battle awareness to become stronger. No matter what kind of delay skill it was, under the enhancement of the battle symbol art, its power would increase by a level. In addition, as he continued to comprehend the battle formula, he could trigger double triple, or even 4, 5, or even more times of combat power. It was infinitely mysterious and unfathomable. As for the word, measure, it was also one of the ancient words of origin. What kind of mystery could it have? Lu Ming was filled with antic. 1. Asian. Brat, you're lucky. I've stayed on that nether dragon for countless years. That beast doesn't have the slightest intelligence. How can it be worthy of me? There's no future at all. I just happened to run into you guys and saw that you were controlling Jean, so I left the nether dragon and ran to you. Otherwise, how could you have killed the nether dragon so easily? Liang continued. Lu Ming rejoiced inwardly. It turned out that Liang did not think highly of the nether dragon beast king. Furthermore, because Lu Ming had mastered the battle formula, the Liang formula, had voluntarily left the nether dragon beast king. Otherwise, they would be in real danger. Oh right, since you have a spirit and can communicate, why can't the battle formula communicate? Lu Ming asked curiously. Who says he doesn't know how to communicate? He's just trying to be coy, and he's pretending to be profound. The quant. 1. Tai formula said in disdain. You talk too much nonsense. Suddenly, a deep male voice sounded. It was clearly from the battle symbol art. Lu Ming was flabbergasted. The battle symbol art really had spirituality and could speak. However, Lu Ming had obtained the battle symbol art for so many years, but he had never heard it speak. In the past, he had thought that the battle character formula was only an ancient character and would not have any spirituality. Now, he realized that he was completely wrong. Hey, what did you just say? You dare to say that I'm talking nonsense? I dare you to say that again. The Liang character roared in anger, its voice sharp. Fortunately, these voices only rang in Lu Ming's mind. People outside could not hear them. Nonsense. The deep voice of the battle symbol art sounded again. I'm too lazy to bother with you. The quant. 1. Tai formula seemed to be quite angry. The words were shaking, which was very human-like. Lu Ming found it rather interesting. By the way, the battle formula can increase one's combat power. What's the mystery of your 1. Tai formula? Lu Ming finally could not help but ask what he was thinking. I've been very useful. Kid, let me tell you. Each ancient word of origin has its own profoundness. Since Old General is using the word measure, it's naturally related to energy, the quant. 1. Tai formula said. Is it related to energy? Lu Ming was surprised. That's right. That nether dragon was attacking us non-stop. Did you think that its energy seemed to be endless? The quant. 1. Tai formula said. That's right. Is it because of you? Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he asked. Of course it's because of me. My first function is that you can store your cultivation energy in my body. When you need it, you can directly borrow this power. I'll store as much as you have. The quant. 1. Tai formula said. You can actually do this? Lu Ming's eyes immediately glowed and his heart was pounding. He now had a weakness. His cultivation was too weak, and his divine power was not strong enough. When he used divine skills, he had to calculate and not use them recklessly. Otherwise, his divine power would be easily exhausted. But with the measure formula, as long as he stored more Shen power in the measure formula, he would not have to worry about running out of Shen power in the battle. In that case, his strength would increase by another level, because he could use big moves at any time. He finally knew why the Nether Dragon Beast King's energy light pillar could shoot out non-stop. It was because it had stored a large amount of energy. Lu Ming's eyes were burning with pus. Xian. Brat, do you think that this is all of my profoundness? You're gravely mistaken. The slightly proud voice of the quant. 1. Tai formula sounded again. What other mysteries do you have? Lu Ming's heart was beating wildly. I'm telling you, I can absorb many different kinds of energy. All kinds of energy, when absorbed into my body, can be transformed into your Shen power and can directly improve your cultivation. The quant. 1. Tai formula said again. What? This time, Lu Ming was so shocked that he almost screamed. The quant. 1. Tai formula could actually absorb different types of energy and then turn them into the Shun power he needed, directly increasing his cultivation. This function was simply heaven-defying. How is it? Aren't my functions heaven-defying? Isn't your battle word a lot stronger? The Liang character chuckled, feeling extremely proud. This, Lu Ming did not know how to answer. Although the Quant 1. Tai formula was heaven-defying, the battle formula could continuously multiply one's combat power when cultivated to a profound level. It was also heaven-defying. It was not easy to compare the two as they each had their own strengths. Kid, you're lucky. I'll stay here with you for the time being. If you follow me, I'll guarantee you a good life and become an expert who can dominate the universe. The Liang character muttered with a chuckle. You seem to have followed many people in the past, but they are all dead. So, it's better to be low-key. At this moment, the deep voice of the battle symbol art sounded. Hey, you're deliberately making things difficult for me, right? Are you not convinced? Come, if you're not convinced, let's have a fight. The Liang character formula shouted. Lu Ming had a headache. The Quant 1. Tai formula was indeed heaven-defying. However, the only disadvantage was that it spoke too much. It seemed that it would be difficult to be at peace in the future. Not good. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly felt a sense of danger. He felt a powerful energy in the sky crashing down on him. Without thinking, Lu Ming mustered all his remaining strength and jumped to the side. Boom! A burst of fist force hit the spot where Lu Ming was just a moment ago, blasting a huge pit in the ground. Your spiritual sense is sharp. You can still avoid my move even with an injured body. A voice filled with killing intent came from the sky. Mad Dao! Lu Ming muttered, his face gloomy. The one who sneaked an attack on him was the little tyrant, Quang Dao, who was ranked 5th on the virtual G.O.D. ranking list. Lu Ming, I'm here today to take your life. Quang Dao shouted. His eyes swept across the scene. When he saw the corpses of the nether dragon beast and the dragon bone flower on the ground, his eyes became extremely fiery. Lu Ming and the rest had actually killed so many nether dragon beasts and dragon bone flowers. He was shocked. At the same time, he was overjoyed. He knew that he had made the right decision to come. Although Lu Ming and the rest had killed a large number of nether dragon beasts and dragon bone flowers, they were severely injured. You're a defeated opponent, yet you still dare to appear in front of me. You can stay here forever, Lu Ming said coldly. Haha, don't try to scare me. You're strong enough to kill so many nether dragons, but you're all heavily injured now. You can't even use 10% of your strength, and you still want to kill me? Quang Dao laughed and was extremely arrogant. Chapter 2706 Direct Breakthrough. Quang Dao laughed. His eyes were cold and filled with cruelty. Boom. Then, a powerful and shocking aura burst out from Quang Dao's body. True G. T. The aura of the true G.O.D. realm burst out from Quang Dao's body. Apparently, he wasn't an ethereal G.O.D. realm expert. He had already broken through to the true G.O.D. realm. This was normal as some of the people who were ranked higher on the virtual G.O.D. ranking list had already reached the limit of virtual G.O.D. level and could have broken through to true G.O.D. level a long time ago. However, for the sake of the Dark Dragon secret realm that only opened once every 100,000 years, they had all suppressed their cultivation. Once they entered the Dark Dragon secret realm, these people would all be able to break through. Quang Dao was such a person. This is terrible. Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng's faces also changed greatly. Maniac was a top genius. After breaking through to the true G.O.D. realm, his battle strength would be even more shocking. Lu Ming, are you feeling despair now? The three of you will be the ones to die today. Quang Dao laughed and his violent aura pressed toward Lu Ming. He wanted to see Lu Ming's expression of despair and even see Lu Ming begging for mercy. Unfortunately, he was destined to be disappointed. Lu Ming merely frowned slightly. At this moment, Lu Ming was rapidly thinking of countermeasures. You're pretending to be calm. I want you to kneel in front of me. Lu Ming's expression made Kuang Dao very unhappy. He took a step forward and the void trembled. Then he threw a punch. A fist force as huge as a mountain came crashing down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming took out a long spear, which was a level 1 middle-grade divine artifact, and thrust it forward. Boom. The long spear struck the fist force and a loud boom erupted. Then, the spear ray collapsed and Lu Ming was sent flying by the powerful force, sliding thousands of meters away. Now you still want to resist me, you don't know what's good for you. Kuang Dao coldly snorted. Now that he had broken through to the true G.O. level, his confidence had increased greatly. Even if Lu Ming was not injured, he was confident that he could suppress Lu Ming, let alone Lu Ming who was seriously injured. Back then he had been injured by Lu Ming and had to escape, leaving Lan Shang and Huang Chengan behind. This was a great humiliation to him. Back then he had been injured by Lu Ming and had to escape, leaving Lan Shang and Huang Chengan behind. This was a great humiliation to him. Today he would make Lu Ming pay 10 times the price. My physical body is too injured. I can't even activate the double combat power, let alone the triple combat power. Lu Ming steadied his body. Many thoughts ran through his mind as he thought of countermeasures. Previously, in order to deal with the Nether Dragon Beast King, Lu Ming had been hit by its energy. His physical body had been severely injured and he could not even withstand the double combat strength. This was because triggering a double or even triple combat power required a very high physical body. If one's physical body was not strong enough, they would not be able to withstand it and would be torn apart by the powerful force. Now that Lu Ming's physical body was injured, he could not hold on either. Lu Ming, Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng were both very anxious. Unfortunately, their injuries were more serious and they could not help at all. Kid, don't panic. There's still some energy in my body. They'll transfer it into your body now. Not only will it heal your injuries quickly, but it'll also help you break through in a short time. At this moment, the voice of the quant formula sounded. Really? Lu Ming was overjoyed. Of course it's true. I find you pleasing to the eye, but am determined to cultivate you into a strong expert. How can I let you fall just like that? Kid, pay attention. As soon as the measure formula was spoken, Lu Ming felt a surge of energy emerging from the measure formula. This energy was extremely pure, as if it had no impurities and could be easily refined. Refine. Lu Ming circulated the heaven and earth thousand Dao scripture at full force to refine this energy. In an instant, large ses of energy were refined and seeped into the depths of Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's injuries were recovering at an alarming rate. In his body, the 4 divine flames, which had been somewhat exhausted, were also burning fiercely and growing stronger. Lu Ming's aura suddenly became stronger. What? Kuang Dao also felt it and his eyes focused. This kid is evil, let's cripple him first. Kuang Dao didn't waste any more time and immediately attacked. His fist force was like a mountain as it rumbled towards Lu Ming. Buzz. The long spear in Lu Ming's hands trembled continuously. At this moment, Lu Ming had activated the double combat power. A ray of spear light shot up and collided with the fist force of the Mad Path. This time, Lu Ming blocked Kuang Dao's fist force. I blocked it. Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng's eyes lit up. Kuang Dao, even if you've broken through, your combat strength is only SOSO. Lu Ming's eyes were like stars. His aura became higher and higher, and soon it reached its peak. This kid. That. Kuang Dao was shocked and then furious. His Shen power boiled and he used a Shen technique. Tyrannical Divine Fist. Kuang Dao punched out with both of his fists continuously. The fist force was like a falling comet. It was much more terrifying than when he was at the virtual G.O.D realm. However, Lu Ming's current combat strength was much stronger than before. The 3 apocalyptic strikes had already broken through to the second stage. Whoosh! Lu Ming cast the first move of the 3 apocalyptic strikes, Air Blast. The spear's radiance burst forth and shot up against the sky, continuously bombarding Kuang Dao's fist force. However, the fist force was destroyed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's figure rapidly approached Kuang Dao. Suddenly, Lu Ming's spear momentum changed and became more powerful. The battle formula tripled his combat power, activated. Boom! Lu Ming's spear swept out. The spear's gleam was as huge as a mountain, bringing with it a shocking power. This was Lu Ming's current peak combat strength. This level of combat strength made Kuang Dao's pupils contract. Kuang Dao didn't hesitate to use the secret skill to increase his combat strength. His combat strength instantly doubled. Boom, boom, boom. The two of them raised their combat strength to the extreme and continued to exchange blows in the air. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged dozens of moves. To be honest, Mad Dao was very powerful. He was already 5th on the virtual G.O.D. ranking list. Now that he had broken through to the first stage of true G.O.D. realm, his combat strength had increased by a huge amount. He was definitely not comparable to an ordinary first stage true G.O.D. One should know that when Kuang Dao was at the 9th stage of the ethereal G.O.D. realm, he could already defeat a first stage true G.O.D. Now that he had broken through to the true G.O.D. realm, he could even kill a second stage true G.O.D., let alone a first stage true G.O.D. Defeating and killing were two different concepts. Therefore, after the battle, Lu Ming was still at a disadvantage and was being suppressed. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng were also extremely anxious. They were trying their best to refine the divine healing pill, trying to recover some strength as soon as possible. As long as the two of them recovered some of their strength, they would not have to fear Kuang Dao. Lu Ming, go to Kuang Dao roared. At this moment he was extremely shocked. Lu Ming's abilities were much stronger than the last time they had fought. He was only at 5th level Void G.O.D. realm and he was so powerful. It was simply unheard of. He had thought that he would be able to suppress Lu Ming easily after he had broken through to true G.O.D. level, but the truth was not so. Of course, he did not know that Lu Ming did not have the time to double his combat power when they fought the last time. Moreover, Lu Ming was only at the first stage of the 3 apocalyptic strikes. Now that he was going all out, his combat power was far from what it was before. Chapter 2707 7th Level Void G.O.D. Realm. Lu Ming and the Mad Priest exchanged dozens of moves in a row. Lu Ming retreated hundreds of miles. However, at this moment, the energy in Lu Ming's body surged and surged continuously. The energy that gushed out from the light symbol art was too strong and extremely pure. It could be absorbed and refined quickly. The divine energy in Lu Ming's body grew stronger and stronger. The 4 divine flames in his dantian grew brighter and brighter. In just a short while, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached its peak. The peak of the 5th level Void G.O.D. realm. Breakthrough. Lu Ming growled and circulated the universe thousand Dao arts to break through to the 6th level of the Void G.O.D. realm. Boom. There was a loud explosion in Lu Ming's body. Then, Lu Ming's aura suddenly soared, breaking through the peak and reaching another peak. 6th level Void G.O.D. realm. Lu Ming's cultivation level had successfully reached 6th level Void G.O.D. realm. His divine power had increased by a large margin, and his combat strength had also increased by a large margin. The long spear trembled and swept out. The spear light expanded and destroyed the 9 fist forces of Kuang Dao. Kuang Dao's expression changed. He threw a punch with all his might and it collided with Lu Ming's long spear. Thump. Within the fled explosion, the sky trembled violently. Then, Kuang Dao's body also trembled violently as he was sent flying by a terrifying force, retreating dozens of miles. Your cultivation base. How is that possible? Kwang Dao roared in disbelief. Lu Ming had clearly been severely injured earlier. He would not have sensed wrongly. However, all of a sudden, Lu Ming's injuries were completely healed. Moreover, the combat strength that erupted from him was much stronger than the last time they had fought. He was already in disbelief. However, Lu Ming's cultivation had actually broken through during the battle. This was simply a miracle. He must have used some kind of terrifying secret technique. It's the final radiance of the setting sun. He definitely won't be able to last long. Kwang Dao roared in his heart. His eyes were extremely ferocious as he charged at Lu Ming again, using his trump card. "You're the one who's going to die today," Lu Ming said coldly. He had just broken through and there seemed to be an endless amount of energy in his body. The most shocking thing was that his cultivation level had not stopped increasing. It was still rising and he was charging towards 7th tier Void G. Oh, D realm. The energy that emerged from the Quant 1 Tai formula was too strong. Until now, it was still far from being refined. Lu Ming cast the first move of the 3 apocalyptic strikes, Air Blast. A bright spear light pierced through the air and headed towards Kwang Dao. Boom. The two of them were like 2 meteors, crashing into each other. Then, Kwang Dao was sent flying again. His body kept shaking, and a wound appeared on his body, blood flowing out. After Lu Ming broke through to 6th level Void G. Oh, D level, his combat strength was completely above that of the Mad Dao. After Lu Ming repelled Kwang Dao, he did not give the other party any chance to catch his breath. He continued to attack the other party. The spear's radiance swept across and enveloped Kwang Dao. Boom, boom, boom. The two of them collided continuously and exchanged dozens of moves in an instant. Kwang Dao was completely outmatched and retreated. And Kwang Dao roared in his heart. He was extremely unwilling. He had come to kill Lu Ming. He did not expect that in the end he would still be suppressed by Lu Ming. He was so aggrieved that he wanted to vomit blood. He began to think of retreating. "Lu Ming, you've killed so many of our men. You're dead for sure. Just you wait. I'll settle this score with you." After saying that, Kwang Dao began to attack crazily, wanting to escape. "You won't be able to leave today," Lu Ming said coldly. He thrust his spear at Kwang Dao continuously. But Kwang Dao started to fight with all his might. He even burned his Shun power to charge forward. He was about to be pushed out. "Lu Ming, just you wait. It won't be long before I make you die without a burial ground," Kwang Dao roared. However, at this moment, the aura on Lu Ming's body suddenly rose sharply. The terrifying aura was like 10,000 waves that pressed down on Kwang Dao. Kwang Dao's pupils dilated and he shouted hysterically, 7th level Void G. Oh, D realm? Impossible. This is impossible. Impossible? He was scared silly. Lu Ming had just broken through to the 6th level of the Void G. Oh, D realm, but now he was about to break through to the 7th level of the Void G. Oh, D realm. The word terrifying could no longer be used to describe this. It was understandable that he had broken through to the 6th level of the Void G. Oh, D realm previously. Lu Ming's cultivation base might have reached the peak of the 5th level Void G. Oh, D realm a long time ago. It was not impossible for him to break through after ACCU, mulating a lot of experience. However, he had just broken through to the 6th level of the Void G. Oh, D realm not long ago. Now, he had broken through to the 7th level. What was going on? This. In the distance, Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng were also looking at each other with a dumbfounded expression. Shouldn't one's cultivation progress be done step by step? How could one break through continuously like this? Boom. At this moment, Lu Ming's cultivation level had reached 7th tier Void G. Oh, D realm, and his combat strength had reached the peak. He had completely crushed Kwang Dao. Boom! The long spear swept out, breaking through all of Kwang Dao's attacks and defenses. It whipped his body, causing him to scream in pain. Half of his body was smashed, and his body was sent flying like a cannonball. He spat out a large amount of blood and was almost split into two. His chi was dispirited, and he had been seriously injured. Kill! Lu Ming charged at Kuang Dao directly. He became one with the spear and turned into a dazzling spear ray, piercing toward Kuang Dao's glabella. No, no! Kuang Dao was scared out of his wits and retreated frantically, trying to dodge. However, now that Lu Ming's cultivation had reached 7th tier Void G, D level, and he was severely injured, how could he possibly dodge? The spear radiance pierced through Kuang Dao's forehead and destroyed his soul. Kuang Dao, who was ranked 5th on the virtual G, D ranking list, had fallen. After killing Kuang Dao, Lu Ming put away Kuang Dao's storage ring and his spear. Then he sat cross-legged and circulated his cultivation to stabilize his realm. He had broken through 2 levels of cultivation at once. This speed was too shocking. He needed to stabilize it. 2 hours later, Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng's injuries were more or less stabilized. They came to Lu Ming's side to protect him. 3 days had passed, said before Lu Ming ended his cultivation. His cultivation had completely stabilized at the 7th level of the Void G, D realm. This measure formula is really mysterious and unpredictable. Lu Ming sighed. A wave of energy gushed out from the measure formula, which actually made his cultivation break through 2 levels. If this news were to spread, it would probably set off a monstrous wave. Kid, now you know how powerful I am. The proud voice of the quant. The formula sounded. It's indeed powerful. I wonder when you'll be able to give me another wave of energy? Lu Ming said with a face full of smiles. Of course, he communicated with his mind so that Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng could not hear him. If you wish, I need to absorb a large amount of energy and refine it before I can pass it to you. The energy from before has been used up. In the future, if you find a treasure with a large amount of energy for me to devour, then I will have energy for you. Do you understand? The unhappy voice of the quant. The formula sounded. Lu Ming nodded with a bitter smile. So that was the case. However, this was normal. If he could transfer energy to him infinitely, his cultivation would continue to soar and he would reach true G, D or divine realm. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.